Hi there, my name is Phixfox and welcome back to Factorio, folks. I may have bit off just a little bit more than I can chew. Here in Factorio, we are in the second week of Space Age being released, and it is everything that we hoped that it would be. Oh my goodness, it's wonderful. But in my most recent video on Factorio, I did say that with the new smoothed out early game process, with the pacing of the game being adjusted so that way you don't have to wait forever or get to megabase status in order to go to the stars and experience Gleba or Fulgora or Volcanus or Aquilo. I said that, look, you can probably launch a rocket between 2.5 to 4 hours, and I've officially been called on that. In a private message on Discord, someone said, oh yeah, I'd like to see you do that. Well, I may have bit off more than I can chew, but I at least better do my best to make that a reality. So if I win or if I lose, let's do our very, very best to go forward here in Factorio Space Age. In 2.5 to 4 hours, let's get off of the planet, at least by launching a rocket. I'm not saying that we're going to get to space, but we will try and launch a rocket. So with that being said, the only thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure that as we hit new game here, we go to free play, and I'm going to just make sure that I have a preview. I want to make sure that I'm somewhere with lots and lots of trees. This is pretty good. In fact, this is good enough for me. I don't love the fact that we're going to end up running into lots of biters to the south. It's nice to know that we have a little bit of oil to the north here. This is good enough. I just didn't want to start in the very, very middle of a desert. And so with all these things being said, I guess I could hit random seed a couple more times. I could. Just so that way you know that I'm not just picking a seed. How about this one? This one looks good. Let's just go. That way I don't have any heads up notice. And folks, let's dive right on in. Here on the planet Nalvis. Oh no, my spaceship has been crashed. Whatever am I to do? It's a good question. What am I to do? We may never know. All right, folks, so here we are in Factorio 2.0 Space Age, and the important thing is this. The gameplay is very similar in the early game as you would expect it to be from base game. And with that being said, in this situation, knowing that I got trees around here, I'm mostly going to be looking for spare rocks. There's a little bit here, a little bit there. I find that having a couple of rocks and plenty of trees makes my early game go really, really well. We do have a pretty big problem, though. Oh my goodness. I just realized we have our coal and our stone here to the south, and we have our copper and our iron ore very, very far to the north. The nice thing is that power is going to be pretty darn easy to supply to the boilers. That's not going to be too big of an issue. And for that, I will always be grateful. We are going to be grateful for small miracles wherever we can get them. One very nice thing that I love with the early game of Factorio 2.0 with Space Age is that, as I adjust my colors here, I do really truly love that they've kind of smoothed out the early game to where you don't have to get the exact right numbers of miners and free plates and such in order to be successful. You really just have to get your iron plates, 50 of them, and then you're going to start researching your Steam tech. You don't have to worry about how do I get my electronic green circuits. It's going to come naturally as you unlock 10 of the copper plates. I just think that that's a really good choice. Like, it's good for longtime players of Factorio because, let's be real, longtime players of Factorio absolutely get bored by the early game. And the reason is because you've done it so many times. You've restarted so many times. You've done your very, very best so many times. There comes a point where you're just kind of meh about it. And so anything you can do to streamline the early game is really, really nice. The whole point of this challenge really is not to do a speed run and to say, oh, Phixfox is good at speed running. Factorio is not the kind of game that I would really enjoy speed running. This is not my thing. I am more of the kind of person that likes to play turn-based strategy games. I'm the kind of person that loves a really good story in a single player type of game. It's not really my thing to say, oh yeah, I'm looking forward to speed running. However, if you got to get through the early game of this Factorio anyway, you might as well do your best just to see what you can find along the path. It looks like I've got a little bit of an issue there. I thought I would have more resources, but I don't. 1, 2, 3. Takes 1 iron plate and 3 iron gear wheels in order to pick up the necessary materials in order to get a new burner miner. 1, 2, 3. We're just going to do this. We're to the point where pretty much every single second we should be spitting out another burner. And so let's also make sure that we have as little downtime as possible, trying to weave in, buffer in plates and gear wheels wherever possible. 1, 2, 3, stuff like that. As you can tell, our power is, a long ways off. We're going to be for burner tech for as short of a time as possible. I really do like the idea of transitioning into electric as quickly as possible as we are out of stone. Let's grab some more stone. But the burners, I mean, I'm probably going to want about 10 iron plate burners and smelters. And more than that, I feel like it's a little bit of a waste. It's not necessarily a waste, but it just feels kind of meh to me. It's just not my favorite. By the way, we're going to head south here with 4, not just 1, not just 2, but 4 burner miners. That's going to be important to set up our coal production for the long term. This is an investment in the future. This is to make sure that I don't have any problems with this down the road. Stone, we're going to come back there later. We got some stone on the way up north. We have unlocked steam power. As you can tell, we heard like the nifty little sound that indicates, hey, steam power has been finished, and I'm a big fan of that. We will jump on getting that very, very soon, but first we have many other things to worry about, like keeping this production going. And again, my number that I'm looking for here, I'm trying to go for about 10. At least 10 of these burner miners should suffice for the time being. That's the hope anyway. Let's just start getting stuff up. Are we already out of stone? We are. There's one more little bit here. This is not ideal. And I gotta tell you, I love watching the speedrunners. I believe that Nephrums is one of the speedrunners. I think I just saw the other day that he's actually got a run on the books here for Space Age, which is absolutely amazing. Like, nifty that you've taken the time already to kind of figure out what your best optimized path is going to be and what you think will work best. Big fan of him and big fan of the stuff that he's doing with the Factorio community. It's always a pleasure to see people play any game at a very, very high level. And I do believe that he is one of those people. So we're going to have to get rid of one of those miners. No, we do want 3. That's because we immediately find a huge rock right here. I should have thrown down these burners first, but we'll do this now. Okay, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And then just from here, this should split up the rest of these resources. And very, very quickly, as we see that steam power has been reached by crafting 50 iron plates, and we are now officially working on crafting 10 copper plates, we see very, very quickly that we're going to have opportunities aplenty to move on in our science production. Very, very soon, we're going to want to make sure that we have tons and tons of green circuits. Green circuits are going to be very, very useful for assemblers and such. In the meantime, though, we do have to go into lab tech and such. Let's get our first lab here. This is going to take some time for us to do. At this point in the game, at all points, we should be building something. No matter what we do, it doesn't really matter. Let's just build something, because something is going to be better than nothing. And nothing is going to be useful for us if we do nothing. Every single gear we craft, we're going to use that at some point. Every other little item, we're going to use everything at some point. So you might as well give yourself the opportunity to just build where you can. I think I'm just going to put labs right there. We're going to start moving things south. Let me grab a couple of more of these copper plates, so that way I actually have enough for my power poles. And then let's call it 5. Yeah, 5 science should be enough at the moment as we get our power set up. Thankfully, again, we invested a while ago in getting our coal production up and going. These 4 burners have been going, and they're just humming right along. Just like so. 161 coal doesn't sound like a lot, but it's better than some people got going on in their lives. I do still want to get the feature from the Factorio devs. I do want to see people being able to adjust their build capacity, like their build turn and stuff like that. I want to be able to start making something and then realize, oh, that's a mistake. I should probably build something different, and then move that up into a higher priority in the queue. That just seems like a good idea to me. And I'm sure it's the kind of thing that will eventually come, but for now, we're just going to have to wait for the Factorio modding community to really do something nifty with that. Steam power is on the way, dear. Not crafting anything at the moment. That feels bad. Okay. Even when I feel like I'm under a certain amount of duress, I do still need to make sure that I'm moving forward with some smelting opportunities. 1 and 1. Or rather, not smelting. Let's go with crafting. Speaking of which, it is going to be green circuits in a moment, but for now, knowing that we have 7, call it 8 bits of red science, we are going straight for our automation. That's going to more than double the effectiveness of our little engineer, the little engineer that could. And it's going to be rather fantastic when we're able to craft all the items we need without waiting on anybody else. Okay. And when I say anybody else, I don't know who anybody else might be. As far as I'm aware, I'm the only person here on this planet, but I'm sure it's a good idea to just be ready for whatever. So, in the meantime, let's go with gears. We're at 40%, nearly 40% anyway, on our craftables. Oh no, we are out of power here. Is there any more coal? There's not. Let's chop down some trees. We're going to want to chop these down in a moment anyway. So let's use these for power, just to keep things going. That's going to include one of these and tons of copper wire. We're at 61% on red science into automation. And the goal is to be ready to go, ready to just plop down and devote gears and iron plates directly into the automation. That's just going to be the best thing for me, because then from there I'm going to be able to start just throwing tons of materials towards automation, and then any extra plates I get and things like that are going to immediately be useful. So green circuits, we're at 80%. Oh no, I'm short. I was short 2. I thought I was just short 1. Whoops. Call that a major malfunction. And let's make sure we have at least one more on top of that. Here. And here. One thing I like to do in the early game is I like to actually make sure that I have my raw materials just ready to go. As I'm picking up, for now, a couple of just the essentials. Getting ready to throw down some other opportunities here. Let's actually start off with logistics. Let's go with logistics. As we immediately start to get a system in place by which we can put gears into the very center, build some boxes, move that over, and off we go. Okay. Okay. And we are ready to start this process. In just a moment, I'm going to put another one over here. And this one's going to end up being just belts with the 87 other ore that I have. That's going to be what that is. And then more important than any of this so far is actually going to be the red science. Red science is just always critical to make sure that we are moving along here. That's not going to last forever, but for now it's going to work. Okay. Good. 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 Okay, 16.3. I got a little bit left over for some copper crafting. And folks, I hope somebody's got lots and lots of coal squirreled away down south for me. I don't think that I'm going to need to worry about my burner steam power anytime soon, but sooner rather than later, we're going to have to worry about making sure we have everything that we need. Let's help ourselves out with a couple of poles, a couple of transport belts, a couple of inserters, and actually, again, another time where I wish I could just move things up to the front. Inserters and small electric poles. We are currently at 35 units of coal. We're doing just fine on that. And then we got 6 burners. Let's go here. Misclicks. Misclicks will get you. 200 units. Coal. And then let's actually get started with getting some bricks and some stone for later. It's going to be a little bit of an investment right there. That was 75 units of coal I just plopped down. You could call that a mistake. I'm not sure if it is or if it's not. But right now, as long as I have gears to craft, I'm not falling too far behind. Okay. Okay, power should be going for quite some time. Pollution cloud, I don't see any biters in our range. The only biters that are on the map are to our immediate south, and funny enough, they're sitting right on top, it looks like, of our oil production, which is going to be so good. We're not going to have to belt oil in from a long, long way, which I am definitely a fan of. And, I mean, even though we're going to have to be very, very concerned about those enemies sooner rather than later, it's gonna be fine. Like, worse things have happened. By the way, this would be a good time for the modification. Even distribution. Many people love even distribution. I do like even distribution. I just don't end up using it an awful lot. I just don't end up using it. That's all it is. So if you're wondering what modifications I have on, the only modification I have on right now is Afraid of the Dark. Or it's not Afraid of the Dark. I couldn't find a version of Afraid of the Dark that's currently working. All it does is increases the amount of visible light around my unit, my little engineer here, but it allows you to see more, so that way when it gets dark, you don't have to just simply hope that you can figure out what Phixfox is doing here. And I think that if you don't know what's going on here, that's not a good system for anybody. And so we are currently trying to make something nice happen where I can play and you can see. Other than that, though, we do not have any other modifications on, for better or for worse. We've got 1, 2 options there that have burned out. A little bit more wood. We're going to start going more into green circuits. We do still have 1 assembler. I'm going to need a couple more. But first, let's just get this powered. Okay. And it's good for now anyway. Okay, 1, 2, 3. This isn't great, but it's going to be enough just to get myself into some green circuits. Like so. And then the rest of this copper is going to go into here. I should start working on another lab. I'm just so low on resources. Super low. Okay, 1 more lab it is. And then I think that the best system here is actually going to be like this, this, and this. By the way, if you're noticing, I just pasted the recipe that I needed for a ghost, which is really nice. It's one of the many changes that's come with Space Age, and I'm so here for it. Like, I am so here for it. Love every single bit of that for myself and for you. Is that enough? No, we are short about 18 bits of iron. Intermediate products or otherwise. Okay. There and there, there. Okay, and it's officially time to start working on electric mining. Now that I think about it, I kind of regret getting logistics this early. It just wasn't that necessary. Just really wasn't. I'm just gonna have to suffer with that decision, unfortunately. Okay, a little bit here, a little bit there, and we are back in action. That should supply science for quite some time. And we're getting to the point where it's not going to be a problem at all to bring power to our steam engines. It's not going to be a problem at all to actually effectively use any amount of electric mining that we have here. Once again, we're just keeping things going, but oh boy, we probably got, what, 600 units of coal waiting for us in some smelters down south. Looking forward to that. Keep using up all of our wood. That's going to make it really, really hard to get power going. Let's start cutting our way through the forest just a tiny bit as we head south for some more fuel. Might as well start going for, well, these freebies and start to fix my quick bars here. Yeah, this is the problem I have with coal being so far south, is it just feels like I'm having a really tough time in making things work. at least in the way I'd want to. 31, 39. Let's just top this off. Do I have time and energy? Let's see, 1, 1, 2. Right now, this feels like a waste, but what this does is it makes it so I'm not going to have to come back later. And that's the only good thing I can say about that. Okay. So we got 6 steam engine units powered, 400 bits of coal in our pocket. And we did pick up some additional stone. That's going to be pretty useful. Electric mining, we're at 94%. We got 2 labs going. And we're at 97, 98, 99. And there we go. Okay. And actually more than here, I actually want all my spare resources at the moment going into electric miners because nothing is powered. Oh my goodness, nothing is powered. Let's just do the big drop, 25 of each there, and then just keep things going. I'm just hitting Z to just get some stuff out there. And then I need to take a look. Where do I build? Am I building in east to west? I think so. I think that because of the tree line here, I think we're building from east to west. Let's start plopping down some of these electric miners, just like so. A couple of these are pretty much immediately going to get mined out, which is fine. Later on, when I have more resources, I'm surely going to include the undergrounds, just so that way I can effectively use all these patches that I have. But for now, there's worse things afoot. From electric mining, let's go on to probably fast inserters. Feels like I'm slow, probably because I am. Whoa, that's too many there. There and there. Okay. And oh, I hate that. This could be my upper limit, but I shouldn't go too much lower. Right here. Okay. And so this is going to be where my first smelting array takes shape. That's 10. Just like that. And let's start getting inserters while we raid the treasury. Just take whatever freebies we can find. Okay, green circuits. Short on plenty of things. Couldn't have been Phixfox's fault. Phixfox totally didn't mismanage his resources and see something shiny and think that he needed to buy it. No, sir. I would never do something like that. Okay. Okay. This is supposed to be something of a relaxing run, by the way. Generally, when I play Factorio, again, I'm not a speedrunner. I don't really enjoy the idea of speedrunning Factorio, but if we're going for a time limit here in some way, shape, or form, we should probably do our best to actually see how fast we can do this. If we can actually beat the game, well, I shouldn't say beat the game, if we can actually get to the point where we are able to move things along, we're actually able to get to the point where 2.5 hours actually looks fairly reasonable, though, like feasible, like possible, I'm gonna be pretty impressed with myself. But hey, I made the claim, I better back it up. But lest we forget, just in case things go terribly, I did kind of hedge my bet, and I said between 2.5 to 4 hours. You see what I did there? Not only am I a big talker, but I'm also a fairly dishonest one. Don't tell my family. They're going to be so very upset. So disappointed. At this point, we have automated, it looks like, general coal production. We're going to just slowly bring a little bit of this off at a time, just so that there's something in the future for that. Meanwhile, burner tech is going to continue. We're not going to throw this down here for stone, although I am going to get one single stone brick going. While I'm here, there's a part of me that wants to go and make sure that my steam production's automated, but we're just trying to get the resources up here. At this point, this is where the need is. Funny how we devoted all these resources into getting belts, and we still found a way to run out. What's the catch here? There we go. There, good, good. Okay. Let me just actually throw gears down into my quick bar and electric circuits. That's going to help me make better decisions with my resources. Okay. This is going to start producing big for us. We're going to continue to make sure that we still operate off of burner tech. Some people like to immediately abandon this burner tech, this early game infrastructure, just as soon as they get into electric miners. I don't like to. I like to hold on to that for like really as long as I can. It just feels like the best thing for me. And if you don't, that you shouldn't feel bad about that. There's something to be said about trying to advance and stand on your own 2 feet with whatever you can possibly find. But I don't think it hurts my heart too much to babysit that a little bit. It's going to take a little bit more effort than I would otherwise enjoy, but it will work fine to hold on to the old burner miner tech while I advance into something a little bit more automated via free power. Maybe it's not free. It's not free, but it's power. Okay. We are crafting things slowly by hand. How have we been doing on making sure that we're always making something? Not as good as I would have liked, but we're doing something anyway. 68 more belts here. I'm going to go out to probably right about here. I'm not going to count. Usually I'll count to make sure I have just enough room for about 14 smelting stacks total. Right now, I just don't feel like that's in my best interest. I got too much stuff to do. 400 more plates. Keep this going. Here, there, and there for now. And time to move into, I think, radar. Quick check. Yeah, it's coming up pretty quick. We're going to get started. We're going to get just a little bit of coal going, or excuse me, copper going. And then once we do, as I move this up and this over here, as I get just a tiny bit of this going, we're going to plan out our starter base. Phixfox, you're using blueprints? It's Space Age 2.0 and you're using blueprints? Yeah, I totally am. I figure that the time to redo everything is not now. If this blueprint looks familiar at all, please know that one of my all-time favorite Factorio content creators is Nilaus. I'm a huge fan of Nilaus, and I have always had the perspective of if somebody has designed a really, really nice wheel, there's no reason for us to reinvent the wheel, right? And Nilaus has done some tremendous, wonderful things. And here's the thing. I have actually done on a video here, it was my tutorial level 5 for Factorio. I did in that video an actual example of myself building without any blueprints. And the funny thing is that regardless of whether I use blueprints or not, I always end up doing the same build. That's just the way it goes for me. I've learned a lot about Factorio from a lot of wonderful creators, and there comes a point when you're learning Factorio where you find true and honest principles of efficiency and effectiveness, and once you find those, you stick with them, and they become somewhat ingrained into you. And that should actually be celebrated, right? I'm not saying that there's only one right way to play Factorio, but when you find something really great that works for you, I don't really see a problem with trying to continue with that. And I don't think that that's going to hurt my feelings too much if you do something similar. What's the problem here? Here and here. And so the starter base that we're going to be using is not just heavily inspired from, it was really, in a lot of ways, originally taken from Nilaus and from his designs. And I did a little bit of tweaking, so they're not 100% a one-to-one, but it works just fine for me. It's the kind of stuff that I really enjoy. Okay, we need tons of inserters. We're going to need, not here, we're going to need a couple more assemblers. We're going to need lots of long-handed red assemblers. Let's go here and here. And just like so. Just keep things going. We're going to want to make sure that we have plenty of things available for us. Backup resources, backup materials ready to build when the time comes. But for now, as you can see, as I'm starting to craft gears for the first time in a long time, we are to the point where we're just trying to get on the board here. One thing I like to do if there's early game blueprinting, I like to just simply add, like mouse over the yellow inserter, and then that'll give me the correct orientation of the assembler. That'll give me some other opportunities as we are being attacked by biters. It'll give me what I need in order to successfully just plant that down. Let's make sure we have 1 or 2 of those ready to go, because it looks like we are taking some heavy losses. We're going to save that one boiler before it goes down. Immediately resupply power to here. Add here and there. One more pipe needs to go back. And obviously, folks, we do need to make some adjustments to our build order. Radar is no longer the priority. We're going to go for turrets and then military 2. Or military 1, excuse me. That's going to give us turrets to defend parts of our base. And then that's going to hopefully give us the opportunity very soon to unlock walls shortly thereafter. We are very, very limited on power at the moment. It's going to take us a while for me to upgrade back. It's going to take a while for me to come back here, actually. We know where the threat is. Let's put the 1 radar down there. They're already mad at us. Our pollution cloud, of course, is bigger than we had room for. And this is the reason why I wanted to start in grass as opposed to starting, I don't know, in the middle of a desert, because it just doesn't feel good. I don't like it. I don't like it. And I'm the one playing. So we're going to do what I want to do. Thank you very much. Phixfox, that's cheating. If it doesn't work on a normal, regular run, then how can you possibly convey to us that it's possible to consistently launch a rocket in 2.5 hours or less? Well, I still think that it's going to be generally possible. This is one example of a way that you can make this happen. This is one way that you can make this work. How about that? We're going to immediately start working on this here. That's going to be our ammo. Ammo's going to be critically important. And let's get this connected back up to the power with no further ado. And we're good to go. Okay. While we're over here, let's make sure that we have spare resources, because heaven knows we're going to need all of them. Pretty soon we're going to be transitioning out of this little area of starter base. This is still going to be useful for us. All I can do is hope and pray that there's no biters to the north. Biters to the south, I can handle. Biters to the north also, not so handleable. And real quick, I need to take one quick pause. Otherwise, I'm going to get real tired and burn out. So 1 second. Okay. In the event that you're doing something like this, I recommend you take a stretch break. I recommend you get some hydration. We just had Halloween over here, and so like popping a couple of M&Ms, like that just seems like a good idea. Who doesn't want to do that? So at this point, it's worth noting as we hit save game that we are currently, let's see, let's go for, I don't know, speed runner. Let's hit save. We just saved this over speed runner, and it looks like we are 30 minutes and 16 seconds in. So what have we done so far? Well, we do have some good, honest production going with our automated iron plates. We are not too far away from automating copper plates. Steam power still needs to be automated. We are definitely very, very much lacking on defenses, but some of the strengths that we have is that we have plenty of space for what we need to do because we are building from east to west. There's no major bottlenecks I can think of at the moment. We're investing in the future with stone bricks and such. Maybe the biggest bottleneck is our defenses, though. If we don't actually spend the time to do more with our defenses, we are going to end up struggling pretty mightily. So with that being said, then let's just dive right in, right back to it, actually. And for some reason, I just reloaded that. I don't know why I did that. Why do I do the things I do? I don't know. 414 plates here. Still keeping things moving right along. Actually, I'm just going to steal these. Go there. And let's go for walls, because that's going to make sure that fewer defenses can actually go further. A couple of miners is going to be critically important later. And somehow we're down to only 15 iron plates. Oh no, what happened? Well, there we go. We just picked them up. Okay, but power is supplied. Other things we're going to need some long-handed inserters. More than anything else at the moment, perhaps. Okay. So let's get our gears going. We'll worry about that in a moment. That's weird. I'm not sure why that's not producing. And then here. Some additional inserters are never going to go awry. What in tarnation? Is there something there? Oh, I'm just missing something, I guess. Whoops. Okay. And let me just make sure that I've got everything the way I want it to as far as my limiters on chests. If I forget to limit something, we're going to find out later and we're going to be really sad. And that's going to feel horrible. So let's not do that. As soon as I can, we're going to replace these yellow inserters with blue inserters. That's going to make sure that we actually get the materials necessary to the front. Let's do tons of these, tons of these. And even though we don't have our copper line coming in just yet, it's not going to be too far away. We're even going to start the green, or rather the gears, going in this direction. Let's get a couple more assemblers. Thankfully, we don't have to craft as many. We got some additional runoff here. Here and there. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. A little bit more to go there. Okay. And the whole point of what we're doing at this current juncture is just trying to get some more science on the board. I know that I might get attacked by biters at any second. I just feel like if I don't take the time now to do this, I'm going to be coming back in just a moment and being really sad. And so I'm just trying to get something out here right now. What are we missing? We are missing copper plates. Okay. So that's officially started. We'll come back for more materials in just a moment. We do have a little bit of ammo being produced here. It's not a lot, but it's something. A couple of extra belts, a couple of undergrounds. Those might be useful. And let's start making some gears because we got some time. Okay, and Stonewall has also finished, by the way, which is actually great. Oh, and I do see biters coming over here. They are coming in hot. Let's use the power of friendship and bullets to stop these gentlemen. Why am I out of power right here? That's working. That's working. I'm so confused. Why is that not working? There's no power? How is there no power? Is that a blue line? That looks like a blue line to me. I have no idea why this is not currently being powered. I don't understand why this isn't being powered. Hold on. Let me outthink this problem. Why is that not being powered? Is that a bug? Did Phixfox for the first time in his career find a bug? I mean, powered, not powered. Are we out of materials? That's got to be what it is, actually. We ran out of steam. There we go. And the other ones weren't lighting up as red because they hadn't yet run out of steam. They had, all of their needs were being met. The other ones did not have their needs being met. That's what happened. Okay. That really took a second for me to figure out what the heck was going on there, but we got there eventually. Okay, let's pick up this extra ammo. Let's pick up these extra turrets. We're only going to need probably 1 and 2, just so we have adequate coverage. It's going to take a little bit of extra stone walls, and I otherwise would like to devote to this, but this is why we have them. So that way we can provide adequate coverage. The biters in Space Age 2 have absolutely been driving me up the wall. It's not that they're better or worse, it's just that they're different. And I'm a creature of habit, and I'm very, very much used to expecting a certain thing out of my biters. And you know what? When all of a sudden the biters are doing stuff that I didn't expect, I feel a little bit silly because I'm like, huh, that's just not what I expected. But What I mean by that is this. They're like little dinosaurs in the sense that they're like the velociraptors from Jurassic Park, and they are trying to find a weakness. They are always going in the places that I don't expect them to go because they're trying to find a weakness. And it's like a little bit frustrating and also like a little bit rewarding to be like, oh yeah, okay, I'm learning. I'm like figuring out this new attack pattern here. And someday maybe I will learn everything there is to know about Factorio. But in the meantime, hey, I'm just doing the best I can. We are researching green science. We probably could have researched that a minute ago. For now, this will work. Let's take off some extras, 4 assemblers, couple of these inserters, couple of the red-handed inserters. Very nice. And then other needs. We are totally low on power. We do need to cook this up long term. Oh, that's right. And we do have a couple more of these to go. Oh, here we go. There we go. Perfect. Okay. Other bits of wall section. I don't know. We'll find that out in a second. Let's make sure that we are researching something rather than not researching anything at all. And green circuits, green circuits. Yeah, let's go fix this problem now. We have 200 belts. Let's take the belts back over here. Let's get our copper production up and running. We have been building a little bit when it comes down to our electric miners. It's gonna be helpful, but it's not gonna tell the full story for us. It's not gonna fix everything. I might end up moving these back in just a second. For now, I'm not gonna worry about it. Let's see, 2, 4. I don't know if that's gonna be the best place for these or not. I don't need a lot of production. I just need enough. So that's gonna go there. Shoot, I think I'm just gonna do something silly. Generally, I like to leave myself a lot of space. Yeah, I'll leave myself enough space just by doing this. And usually I like to have my smelters for both my iron and my copper running in the same direction. It feels wrong to me if they are not running in the same direction. But in this case, as with many things in life, it'll work. In fact, we're going to end up redoing this later, so let's not get too attached to this current build here. Not too attached at all. Okay. That is, by the way, one of my favorite things with Factorio is that you can always pick up your builds. You don't have to get too attached to anything. You really don't. Just let it work for now, and never let good be the, or best be the enemy of good. There's the saying, don't let best be the enemy of good. This is the time for that to really matter. Absolutely, this is the time for that to matter. Okay. Okay. So for now, this is not really automated because we have to get coal all the way up here, but we do have the coal up for the iron production, and so we're gonna call that good for now. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, we have about 170 units of copper plates. We've got some major issues with our bottlenecking still. We're gonna pick all this up. Let's make sure we don't accidentally cut the power, because we're not gonna realize it's a problem until later if we do. Oh, unless it lights up like that, which is actually really nice of it. We're going to want these labs over here in just a moment anyway, because we're about to have green science get locked and loaded. And finally, with 300 spare belts, we're going to finally get production going on our, whoops, steam power. Never to be touched again except when we're adding more power. And we're going to snake this in through the bottom side here, so that way I don't have to mess with anything later. Usually I would come from the top down. In this case, it'll be just fine to do it like this. Here and there. Let's go 2 here. 1 and 2. Okay. And pretty soon this copper is going to start being effective there. So let's see, coverage here, here. We still don't know about to the north. If there's problems to the north, that's going to be terrible when we find out, but I'm going to have to operate under the hope that nothing bad's going to happen just yet. Why is that facing that way? I don't know. I'm not going to fix it just yet. Okay. Logistics, green science packs at 98%. And what are we going to research after that? Let's see. After green science, I think that I definitely want to get my repair packs just because it's bothering me. I'm not going to worry about the tool belt just yet. That might be something for later, but right now I'm not going to worry about it. Okay, what are we short? We're short something everywhere. Let's get into green science, though. Like so. Perfect. Okay. And immediately we're going to be able to start producing green science stuff as well. We've more or less been just waiting, just kind of getting ready for this moment. And I'm pretty happy for it. I do want to get into blue assemblers as soon as I can. Part of the reason why we've not been able to is because we are just short on resources. We are just barely coming back from that downtime that we were at a moment ago. And that's going to be a titanic struggle of always hoping that we have enough resources and trying to expand, and also realizing that, oh no, we don't have enough means to do so. It's never going to stop being a problem, but that's the joy in Factorio, is that constant struggle between expanding and staying happy with what you got. Let's see, one more deal there. Here and here. Okay, and clearly we need to just focus on getting burners, or rather not burners, but miners up. So we're going to go to here. This is going to be for miners. And I do want to have as much of this material necessary as possible. It's going to be a very slow process, but it's going to be a very useful process as we collect items there. Okay. So let's see. What else is new? What else do we need? Steal just a couple of these inserters. I swear we'll give them back someday. And we're working on logistics too. Okay. We did not get rid of, if you'll recall, we did not get rid of all of our early burner tech. And that's going to be critically important now, because if we were simply moved over to this other opportunity, we would really be sunk. But thankfully, even though many of these have burned out or they're just not working, there's still going to be, it looks like, 700 plates worth of materials here. And even though it's going to take a while, even though this is going to be a long, drawn-out process, I do believe that we're eventually going to get what we need going on. Eventually. Just want to make sure I have a little bit of coal left over just in case something bad happens. And let's just ramp up production. We got 26 of our undergrounds. And so for that reason, I am going to get started on using the appropriate method, or at least the method that I really enjoy for my mining. This is going to make sure that we have plenty of power throughout our mining fields. It's going to allow us to quickly add on to our mining capability and production. And it's going to mean that we can stack these miners one right on top of another pretty much. And so that's really one of our main goals. While we are building in our hand and trying to get more science and things like that, we're going to add to this smelting stack there and here. Short on inserters, but let's at least get the materials in, and then we can worry about getting them out later. Okay. Here, there. Oops. because we are up to 5 currently in the tube, 5 more of our miners. And once we get the miners up and going, it's going to supply even more material, as will this. We got a little bit of time here on our hands, so let's actually help ourselves out. Just like this. Oh, as I add to this even more than I had before. Really should have kept those going while I had the chance. Okay. Inserters 1 and 2. 3. Okay. And back on over to individual electric miners. And so this stack is already saturated. We're going to get more going very, very quickly. Again, this is supposed to be relaxing. I saw, speaking of speedruns, I saw a funny video that somebody had done on failed speedruns. Basically, it was people that were pretending like they were speedrunning, but really they weren't. And they did something I thought was pretty nifty. They used a heart rate monitor to try and fool people. Like, oh, look how much their heart rate is up. They must really be working hard. And it was just funny to see somebody completely and utterly debunk the heart rate monitor. But as I'm sitting here, you know what? I think that there's a little bit of truth in a heart rate monitor. I'm feeling a little bit of pressure right now. This feels a little bit exciting. I don't think I want to do this every single day, but I could see this being a way to get a couple of extra calories burned every day. My poor little brain trying to keep up with all the struggle. Definitely feel like I'm on the struggle bus right now. Absolutely. Okay. And rather than leave and then later try and redo this, I'm just going to make sure that we have enough mining capability right now to not have to come back later. My goal is to try and do things one at a time rather than run back and forth and back and forth. My goal is, again, to try and just get it done once, as much as possible, as completely as possible, and the hope being that I will save time later as I try and get my things caught up and taken care of, as I try and get all of my to-do list handled down the road, sooner, later, however long it takes. The goal is to get it all just done. Let's see. Okay. But if you do it all in chunks, if you do it all in pieces, then it feels like you're going to be better off trying to supply resources down the road. Okay, this is going to go here. And for now, we just want this to feed back in somehow. I don't really care how, but somehow. There's one there. There. Okay. We got enough minerals, mostly saturating this. You're never going to really saturate that until we get even more. But for now, this is going to be sufficient. We're going to need a little bit more coal. Let's go and grab some of that. And let's try and get a few more of these electric miners as we do so. Even just 1 or 2 on the other side of this belt, I feel like is going to be pretty useful for us. Like so. Here. One more it is. Okay. I did pick up the ability to get these repair packs. It's officially bothered me for long enough. I'd feel really silly if I lost a full burner miner just because I didn't mess with it and I just left it for the biters for later. Okay. By the way, speaking of the biters, they have not came at us for quite some time, and I'm a little bit concerned. I'm a little bit worried. What are they planning? Who are they torturing? Which family members or loved ones do they have in their clutches? I don't know, but I wouldn't put it past them to try something nefarious. So let's hope that nothing terrible is happening out there. Okay, a little bit of additional power. A little bit of a buffer with the resources I still have. Let's go into some copper. Copper's always going to be useful. And note that all the resources or all the things that we've been mining over here and we've been doing, we've officially started to supply resources fairly far down this belt. Oh, geez, let's... Hold on. Let's do that. Let's actually try and slow down our gear production. I don't need that many. And I actually probably don't need that many green circuits in the early game. Happy for all this. Happy to pick up that and that. Definitely that. Definitely that. Okay. And we're still stuck kind of at logistics 2. That means we're going to need a couple more labs. That means we're going to need to make sure that... what is it? Green science is slowing us down? It is. Let's kind of help this out a little bit and do some handcrafting. 2, 1, 2. Okay. This one on the end hasn't even been working, has it? Because there's a tree in the way. Still, we soldier on. Not defeated yet. But feeling some pressure nonetheless. And funny enough, finding a couple of opportunities to repair stuff. Just like that. Okay. Gonna need 2 more. 3 more yellow inserters in just a moment. Let's grab some freebies here and then do that. Okay. More labs, also more production. Not too bad. Oh, we are even out of individual pulls here. Now let's start working on also switching up from miners here. We got 30. That's going to be fine for now. Let me make sure that I actually don't have any problems later with biters. And so let's go actually for turrets for just a moment. That should be fine to start producing a couple of these. Let's make sure we limit this just in case. I hope I don't come back after I've forgotten and then end up having like, I don't know, 50. That'd be too many. 50 is too many. Okay, we talked about doing this a while ago. We never did. This is going to increase our production for green circuits. Okay. And then let's actually do that thing that we talked about doing a while ago. And let's get our coal production up and going. Yeah, coal production going over here. We've got, I mean, we've got belts. We got stuff. I'm not going to build iron to the top, so I don't mind about doing this right now as I walk by some opportunities to make my base better. I don't mind bringing in coal from this far side, like so. That'll eventually get there, and I think that with the increased amount of miners I threw over there, that should be fine for now. Wow, look at all this. Holy cow. We go from like 82 up to 1,000 plates. That's pretty solid. Let's do that more often. That's wonderful, actually. Okay. Okay. More electric miners as we're scaling up production. Can't possibly be the wrong thing to do. Unless we're completely out of power and we just don't realize it for some reason. Might be true. Might happen. One of the many times that people will say that trees are the true enemy in Factorio. It's not the enemy biters, it's actually just the trees. Trees are the real problem. Looks like we are meeting our production goals with our science. Looks like we're mostly filling 2 smelter stacks there. Should have some additional coal here. Let's actually trim this back so we can slip in more coal production. I don't want to run out of coal production for later. Where is this? Okay. I think that we can handle that based off of what we have. No, never mind. Looks like not. Okay. What did we end up losing? We lost 1 something. There it is. It's this corner. Looks like the biters did not have some grand scheme in mind. They simply died very bravely, or very stupidly, depending on how you look at it. Okay. But again, in the interest of doing things right, let's just move this up one more time. It's going to cost us like 15 seconds to move this. You would have preferred to have had it right the first time. Don't build on your ore patches. And don't misclick your squiggle belts there. Okay, we're going to do this. No. No. I don't want to filter out my stone just yet. I will do that later, but right now I just don't want to. So we'll do it later. With 49 undergrounds though, this isn't a problem there. This gives me room on the back end. Start working. Oh, this last one's gonna carry stone with it. We're gonna, again, avoid that. Not like the plague, but at least like something that's scary and not good for your heart. Okay. That's another opportunity scaled up, which feels good. Tons and tons of stone. More than we're ever going to need. That's a lie. More than we're ever going to need? Phixfox, are you kidding me? Let's actually just do this with our stone. And just start making a couple of freebies. Just like that. We'll come back for that later. Okay. Time to hit save game and just kind of see where we're at. So saving this in, we are currently at 56 minutes. We got a long way to go. We are doing green. We are doing green and red science. We've automated our steam since we last checked in. We have gotten our defenses up. We have gotten full iron and copper smelting stacks. We still have more defenses to go. We have been scaling up on our mining for electric. We're still doing okay. We're still doing okay. I don't think that we're doing the best we've ever done, but I think we're doing okay. Okay. So with that being said, what are some things that we're missing here? We can totally ramp up the smelting. We can totally ramp up a couple of other things. Oh, this is ugly, but we're going to do this for now. Later on, I'm going to do a balancer just right there. But for now, I'm not going to worry about this. Let's actually really work on our copper a little bit more. Yeah. A little bit more. So. Again, trying to get this done now so later we don't have to. That should supply all that. I don't think, am I short on copper? I actually am short on copper, so that was actually pretty useful. That was actually a very useful thing to have done there. And we just hit logistics 2. So now with logistics 2, I do want to go into steel processing. Steel is going to be very important, so that way I can get working on engine parts, so that way I can really rush into the car. As soon as I can get the car, I'm going to be feeling much better, because then I'm going to be able to go out and defeat biters before they come to me. The best thing about this run is how close some immediate ore, or rather some immediate oil processing is going to be available to us. That's just going to feel awesome. That's really going to feel awesome as we go for engine parts now. Let's see. And if we're going to be doing steel, we're definitely going to need to ramp up this process over here as well. Let's see, do we have plenty of room here? No, one tree. There's always one more tree than you planned on. By the way, I don't know if you just heard it, but I just barely heard a bird. It makes me laugh and also makes me like really sad that for some reason I don't mind destroying the biters' homes. Like, hey man, for me to thrive, you have to die. But when I hear birds in the trees going down as I demolish their homes, I can't help it. I feel bad. That's just not fun. Not fun for anybody. Very sad. Oh, look at that. We came at the perfect time. Goodness gracious. Or so I thought. Okay. More resources. I should have been making gears and stuff a long time ago. Let's actually back up and do that while we immediately get our stone furnace production going. Okay. Oh, we never actually made this permanent, did we? Okay. Okay. Let's just rip the Band-Aid off. It's not going to be pretty, but it's going to work. Balancers. Even though I could probably do this in my sleep, as many times as I've made this balancer in my life, I still do it from blueprint scratch every time. Call it a comfort thing. I love when I see people with their blueprints who just have a system in place where they immediately are able to throw down the exact blueprints that they needed. And they're so slick with it. There's like some hotkeys you can do to make sure that the exact blueprint is exactly perfect. Someday I will learn how to do that. It was never that big of a deal for me. It's just never that big of a deal for me. It was big enough of a problem, but it wasn't that big of a deal. Okay, I'm just gonna make some immediate steel processing here. I don't think I'm gonna need that much right now. This is very, very much minimalistic, and it's gonna be great. Trust me. One. Let's see. There and there. 2, 1, 2. There. Totally could use some medium electronic poles. That's still gonna work. Okay. But we are up to blue assembler, or rather blue whatchamacallits, blue inserters. So with blue inserters, things like our production over here, as I remember that I should probably have like 25 gun turrets by now. Oh, I've got 0. What happened? Oh, we never put in copper. How embarrassing. Oh, that's not good. Probably actually for the best. If you look at it, our copper production has been pretty bad. Let's just do this immediately. That's going to help out a lot. And soon we're going to be able to get up to assembler 2s. Grab those in a second. With our 1100 free iron plates, let's just make things go a little bit faster. 2 and 4. Use more of these, more of these. Always use more of those. We got 50 so assemblers. That's good. 1, 2, 2. I do see that we are under attack. Not sure where it's at. Can't stop it at the moment anyway. Okay, let's see. We survived. Whatever it was, we did survive. After I realized that we're struggling with our gun turrets, then that's the second I realized that, oh, we should be doing more. I do want to have this automated, by the way, for my everything except for the red assemblers, and I guess I don't need the blue assemblers. The blue assemblers and these other ones I'm not going to really need to worry about, but I am going to want to have a little bit of red tech going here. Like so. And then what I like to do is throw just a couple extra opportunities for me to get plates going here and here. 1 and 2. We're under attack again. That one sounds serious, actually. Yeah, that one's serious. Thankfully, they're just chewing on some burner tech, but that's absolutely a threat, and they're going to start eating some electric miners pretty soon. For some reason, I got a shotgun. I meant to get a submachine gun. I'm actually going to drop the shotgun. I don't even care. Watch as I someday put that on a belt. I just swing a belt right under there, and it takes me out. Someday that'll happen, and when it does, I'm going to feel really silly. But until that time, we're going to ignore it, and then it's going to be like a happy little surprise for somebody else. I say somebody else as if somebody else is going to come in here and start playing the game other than me. Nope, that's not going to happen. Okay. Let's see. Nice full iron belt. Copper's fine. Should have thrown down a gun turret up there while I was there. But anyway, this is going to go to there, and this is going to go up. And it's not going to be a lot, but it's going to be a little bit of ability to get, again, some fast undergrounds and some fast transport belts there. Oh, and you know what? We need more steel And we need to get started on something else. Is pretty nifty. 1, 2, there, and there. This is going to be engines. This is going to be pipes. This is going to be underground pipes. This is going to be another section of gears. And it's all going to flow this way, except for this. Here and here, there and there. 1, 2. Just like that. And so what we're doing here is we're just making sure that we have all the necessary materials, minus at this point, it looks like it's steel. We're going to pull that in just like so. Going to leave myself a little bit of room here so I can potentially make this other build work out longer than it really should. Is that the best way? No, it's not. We're just going to make this go back the other way. So. Okay, and my tiny little bit of steel production is going to go feed on in. I've got 84 units. It's not a lot, but that's going to be plenty to just get started on these engine units. The rest is going to go actually into blue assemblers. Blue assemblers are massive as far as upgrades go because that's going to help us do better here and here. It's going to help us do really well with our science that might be a problem. Let's get researching here and here, there. But yeah, it's a pretty massive upgrade. These two gears are dedicated. The rest of these are just kind of meh, kind of whatevers. This one's going to be important there. That's not going to matter. That's not going to matter. Okay, let's limit this to 2 and 50. And that one's just going to sit there. I don't mind how many, however many engines I can get out of this is going to be great as I pick up 7 grenades because you never know when you're going to need to go kill something. Let's actually move the car up in priority because then we're going to get the opportunity to take out those biters that were to the north that just attacked us. And then we're going to get to do some other stuff like go south. Going to get our opportunity to have our John Wick moment. It's like, you messed with the wrong car. You killed John Wick's car? Yeah. Yeah. John Wick, of course, being the Keanu Reeves played excommunicado aficionado, full of ready to kill you type of moments. Tell you what, as far as Keanu Reeves movies go, I never really saw all the John Wicks, but I did like pretty much every serious role he's ever done, and all of the non-serious ones, funny enough. In fact, maybe it's the non-serious ones I really appreciate the most. Something about Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, it just gets me every time. Can't help it. Just a big fan. Okay. Pretty quickly, we're getting this up and running. This is going to be one more smelting stack. I think that 3 is actually all that you really need at this point. It'll depend, of course, on how many labs I'm trying to supply, but overall it should work out okay. Whoa, don't give me burners. Not burner inserters. I do think it's going to be fine, though. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. Okay. And I think it's time at this point to finally do that thing I was talking about a while ago as I bring power in that direction and in this direction. I just want the T-junction to be in a different place. Time to do a balancer over here. There's tons of materials that are going to be coming through here, and this is going to be much better than trying to just make splitters off of already split belts, because you have half of the belt going one direction, half of the belt going another, and then, oh wait, what's this? All of a sudden you got a fourth of a belt going here, and then a fourth of a belt going here, and then you're wondering why you're having problems making everything fit. A bit sad, isn't it? I think actually we want to go like this. here, and then this one actually needs to go here. There. There. So there, and then this one's gonna just go like so. I hear the biters attacking. I don't know where they're attacking from. I'll get to you in a minute. Trust me. Wow, you're killing something. Okay. Looks like it was 3 belts, and it sounds like I repaired 3 belts. It looks like everything's moving again. Okay. Well, in that case, what about we just make sure that never happens again? This is such a slog. I don't know how speedrunners maintain their focus in one sitting like this. Like I can already tell that right now I could totally use a nap as I've got my radar being attacked and destroyed to the very, very far south. Like I could absolutely use a break right now. But in the interest of trying to make one cohesive video, it feels like that's not the play. I don't know. Just doesn't feel ideal to me to do that. As we pick up a couple more of these. Let's see, we lost 6 belts and 1 radar there. No surprise there. Okay, and this is all going here. Time to throw on another gun turret, I think. But we're getting pretty close, I believe, to the car. Wait, did we already do the car? Oh my gosh, how long ago was that? Jeez, I've just been like waiting on the car, just like twiddling my fingers, just waiting. Nope, we got it. Okay. How's our power? Power's okay. Could be better though. And unfortunately, it looks like we're going to have to start getting rid of some of our spaceship debris. It comes with our landing here on this planet. I know that there's plenty of different opinions on the subject of what do you do with your spaceship. I'm really that kind of guy that's in the boat of I try and keep the spaceship, the crashed spaceship, alive for as long as possible. But if it's in my way, I have the competing theory that the factory must grow. And so therefore, if it's in my way and it's keeping me from meeting my goals, I feel obligated to actually get rid of the spaceship and not hold any personal attachments to it. Kind of like, I don't know, kind of like a Buddhist monk. It feels important just to let go of the material things so that way you can actually enjoy what really matters. It again, just feels like the right thing to do. Okay. One more time. As we pick up more wall sections for later. Okay. We're up to electric energy distribution. Steel furnaces, that's going to be a thing later. Let's make sure that we do still have enough materials this way. We are super close to making that work there. Good. Okay. Okay. Perfect. Well, we have been building engine parts. That's going to be enough to get a car. We do need more ammo. Oh my gosh, how many of these have we built? Stop, no more. You know what I need now? I need lights. Did I ever get lights? Let's get lights. I'm the kind of person that says that lights are important in a factory. It just indicates to me that your factory is well loved and appreciated, and you ought to have as much well-lit stuff in your factory as possible. So I try to. Oh, how I try. Okay, and there's gonna be 50 there in a second. Let's make sure we throw our car over here. Let's go south. Let's start chasing down some enemies with 38 ammunition and 7 grenades. Let's start heading south. That's not the way. Let's go around the lake the other way. Interesting to note that we're going to be in a little bit of a struggle figuring out exactly where the best way to go is. And perfect. Actually, the biters just attacked our base and failed to kill us, which feels great. That means that there shouldn't be a death ball of biters ready to attack. I like to kill worms first, since their spit will slow you down if you drive through it. And in a car, I'm way faster than these biters anyway. Way faster. One difference I don't think I really love, but I'm getting used to it. It's not better or worse, it's just different. Is the fact that your tank isn't nearly as OP as it once was. It feels like every time I hit a biter nest with my tank, I just lose like a quarter of my hit points. And I know that they did that on purpose, and in some of the Factorio FFFs, they talked about why that was an important change. But still, it's like jarring to me to try and figure out how to manage my life without a tank that just runs over things. There's got to be a better way than what I've been doing, but if there is, maybe I don't want to know about it just simply because it's too different and I'm just not ready for it. I'm not at that stage in acceptance of the loss of my tank as I once knew it. Overall though, as I've mentioned before, as we see more oil, wow. As I've mentioned before, I don't really hate any part about the Factorio Space Age 2.0. It is a massive upgrade in every which way. We haven't really talked about some of my most favorite things, and we're not going to unfortunately get to really focus on them in this video, and that's going to be number one, quality. Quality is my new favorite thing with Space Age. I spent like 2 to 4 hours just going over it and having so much fun trying to get myself some really nice robots and trying to explore with like medium power poles, things like that. It was an absolute joy and delight to re-explore this new mechanic that unlocks fairly early, all things considered. It was pretty surprising exactly how early you can actually get yourself into quality. And even though it's not really going to be necessary until later on, in fact, I mean, you can complete the game without quality at all. If you don't like quality, then just don't build it. But otherwise, it's just a really new fun thing, and I'm a big fan of it personally. I like the direction that Woob Software went with trying to make something new and nifty, to make your late game even better, even more, call it expansive, making it more reaching for bigger and better things. Like, it's going to take like forever for you to get a complete base that's entirely legendary. Maybe I'm misunderstanding the value of the recycling from Fulgora and exactly how that's going to play into the calculations there, but it's going to take a long time in order for anybody to get any amount of legendary items. And I like that. I like that it's going to be available in the early game to play with, but also meant as a later game type of option. So I'm going to end up using it a lot for things like my power armor. I'm planning on using it for things like, I don't know, things like my tank. Yeah, those things that I don't need a lot of, but just a couple will do. I think that that's going to be the opportunity to just absolutely have a field day with quality. We're going to upgrade our steel here. I'm probably going to move, copper's probably going to go in this direction, like 2 more of these. And then I guess that means that I'm actually just going to try and cram steel over here somewhere. It's not a good idea to do what I'm doing here. Like, this feels like blasphemy. This doesn't feel good. I shouldn't be doing this, but I'm going to. As we're getting to this point, I'm going to start picking up some other freebies. For example, I might as well get a couple more labs. I might as well start building my lamps. I'm not gonna allow myself to build that many lamps. We should probably go back into our production for miners. Another 50 is never gonna hurt you. You're eventually gonna use it. My word, why are we so short on this? There we go. Let's just double the rate at which inserters go into our supply there. 1, 2, and let's expand. One more time. We are up to 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 20. Yeah, we're going to be up to 20 labs. And I mean, this is not a lot of assemblers that's actually doing this heavy lifting there. It's pretty impressive how just a couple of assemblers, especially like level 2s, can actually do here. And especially now that we're getting tons and tons of these inserters going, yeah, we're going to be just fine. We're going to be just fine. Let's see. Do need gears. It's time for me to get rid of this slot here for burners. Do I need tons of these? No, actually. Let's put most of these back and get these items onto our quick bar. Most of these items onto our quick bar. Okay. With 200 red belts, part of me wants to get this ready to go. I don't think I'm going to use it that quickly at the moment. Generally, I have this be one express belt, but I think I need more throughput over here before I do something like that. You know, I could upgrade this in advance. Tell you what, let's just plan on upgrading this in advance. It will be useful later. Let's call it an exercise in getting some more infrastructure so that things will work out better later. Like so. It's just got to get past this gauntlet of gears. And once it does, it should be fine. Let's make sure that we have some additional smelting for steel furnaces. Let's start putting a couple of items of steel into a box at a time. Yeah, we need to double this production. We need to triple it. We're going to move over here, actually. We're going to start clearing forest. And funny enough, the very best thing to do that with is actually going to be these grenades. Let's just go here. That's how you deal with the biggest enemy in Factorio. Okay. For now, we do this. I'll replace these after I get more steel furnaces. In just a moment. 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Let's call it 1, 2. Like so. And then I don't think that's right. There we go. That's much better. I knew that the distances didn't look right, but I couldn't figure it out until I actually made it happen. Let's see, more steel furnaces. Let's just do 4 and then go from there. 2 and 2, 2 and 2. And let's start getting some one full strand of iron up there. Like so. Okay. I'm going to do something that you never see me do. I'm going to do something that's really short-sighted, and I'm just going to build one transport belt right through all of this, right through my copper production. I usually don't do that, but it feels like a necessary evil at this point, just to make sure that I'm able to stay ahead of the curve. Oh my goodness, that feels dirty. Let's never do that again. Let's never speak of that again. My goodness. And let's have our production outputs go this way. We've already got a line going down. We're just going to make sure that this joins up at the appropriate spot. Let's call it over here. Anybody like spaghetti? Hey. It's a fresh bit of pizza to share with your friends. Okay. We just did an awful lot with our production there. And folks, this has been hurting me for some time. I've needed lights in this base, even though we do have Afraid of the Dark on, or whatever the new modification is. It doesn't mean that we can neglect our base like this. Even just a little bit of power goes a long way. A well-lit base is a well-loved base. And already, doesn't that just feel cheery? It reminds me of when Christmas lights go up. If you're the kind of person that enjoys the Christmas season just because you like to see the lights, even if you don't practice Christianity in any way, and you still enjoy the lights, nothing wrong with that, you know? And these lights just kind of remind me of that. In America, it's always a weird time because there's a lot of people that really enjoy Christmas, and as soon as Halloween's over, they are ready for Christmas, which is weird because there's still one more major American holiday before that, which is Thanksgiving. But nope, some people, I'm not going to say who, but some people still insist on being ready for Christmas as soon as possible. To each their own, let them be happy, I say. I'm going to split right here. That's actually going to help materials go in the more correct way for now. Yeah. This is not good enough. We are splitting off tons more resources here. It's time to use our fast transport belts. To there. To there. To here. And then we are going to upgrade back here. It's going to help things go much more our way. Starting there and there. One underground is necessary. Okay. Very quickly, we are almost out of these red belts, but this is increasing the throughput in a massive, massive way. That does mean, though, that we're going to need to move. Finally, I think this burner tech has officially met its match. I think it's time to just let it go. Time to let it go. To make way for the future. Oh, we're out of some materials, funny enough. Okay. I'm gonna do this real quick just so that way I can get rid of some of this as I'm preparing for this new wave of the future as we've been discussing. Okay. And it's just about time for Phixfox to take a break. I've really tried to commit myself to giving quality analysis as we're doing this, and I can tell that I'm getting pretty quiet. That just means I'm tired and I need a break. Concrete is just finished. We're going to go into lab research 1, and then we're going to take a quick break here. I'm not going to need to pause the game because this is not going to affect the game from this screen. Just in case you're worried about it, I'll just go to here. We're going to hit save game, speedrunner, and that means we are up to 1 hour and 25 minutes, but doing fairly well. I'll be right back with a quick break. Okay, awesome. So at this point, little smelter things like this I don't think matter either. So we're gonna take these out. Just leave some freebies on the side for later collection. I don't really care. In fact, I've just kind of realized I don't think I even really care about messed up walls or anything like that anymore either. The only thing I care about is getting out of here in less than 4 hours. Which, by the way, it's time for us to start looking at making that happen. I would like to get into at least concrete just a tiny bit, but I doubt it's not even really that important at this point. What's really important is I do got to get into fluid handling. So let's move this out. I don't know why I was definitely making the wrong thing there. We got to get the fluid handling so we can get the resources up and going. We should probably expand power while we can. And it shouldn't be that big of a deal. 2, 4, 6, 8. That means 2 more. 1 and 2. And then we're going to move those other turrets in just 1 second. But yeah, let's expand power while we can, because who knows when we're going to come back and doing this. And for some reason, oil refineries take a lot of power. I say for some reason as if I don't really know what the reason is. The reason is because they're just big beastly things and they do tons of stuff. Since I killed the biters that were closest to us, I don't even know if I have to replace these turrets. I totally will. I don't know if I have to though. Okay. Let's just do it like this. 1 and 2. It's gonna be a little bit off of my usual build, but it'll look just fine later. It's beautiful to me. How about that? Beautiful to me. Time to move pipes into the forefront because we're gonna end up using those a lot. Very, very quickly. We're gonna be using those a lot. Okay. Power and power. Okay, perfect. And then let's go build ourselves a couple of these pump jacks. Let's move that to the front now as well. Yeah, that's plenty of power for now. I actually should probably be building some big electric poles so that by the time I get out there, I'm going to be ready. or whatever. Which actually means we need more resources. Is it steel that I need right now? I think it's steel. Let's go get some free steel. No, come back, car. That's okay. Hit you later. Just like that. Alrighty. Because as close as the oil is, it's still far enough away that I don't want to mess with trying to bring it back if I don't have to. I could be in the car and do this with the poles, but I think I'm actually close enough that walking's actually not going to be that big of a deal. In fact, I definitely overbuilt on my power poles, didn't I? Okay. And then let's get this set up. It's going to be 6, 7. 7's going to be great. I'm going to go 1 and 2 for our defenders, because we're going to be pretty far out here. I'm anticipating it's going to be a fair amount of pollution. Oh, and so since that's the case, let's actually go for 3 and use all the rest of the ammo that we have here. 19, 30, 37. Okay, let's call that good. And we can get power set up now. It's a little bit weird there. Just having them both stacked right on top of each other is just a little bit strange. Okay. And I don't know if other people have like a specific way that makes sense to them to get their little oil field set up, but because they're different every time, I've never really kind of tried to automate that. Maybe I should have. Maybe I should have tried to automate that, and maybe I just missed out because I never did. I think I'm actually good to do this. And then we're going to make sure that we just have one pump leading in this direction, and then let's just send it. Because I think we're going to want to be able to make our refineries nice and close to the water. So it's going to be just right about here. We're just going to go in this direction. That's going to probably be what it looks like for me. I can't get a jump on that production until oil gathering is completed. You need a certain amount of oil actually made in order to get the next tech unlocked. It's in the same way as it takes 10 of the iron plates, or excuse me, 50 iron plates or 10 of the copper plates to be produced in order to get into steam power or into electric circuits, either way. And so it's just going to be one adjustment to have to wait until this little bit of oil gets put in here. There we go. I think 4 is probably fine, 4 and 10. It's going to take a while for all these pumps to get put into place, but I got nothing else to do at the moment except for maybe I throw down a radar in a place that I hope that no biter ever finds. There's one more. And I shortchanged myself by 1. I'm not going to even worry about it. Oh, this one's 8 and that one's 16. Let's get the one that's 16. If resources that are limited matter at all, let's do it like that. Okay. And we're hopping back in. Looks like we were also short on some other materials, including green circuits. It's a bit unfortunate. Let's get rid of this. And let's actually get rid of some of these as well. When I get the opportunity to finally clean up some of these like long power poles that have been here since the early game, it does feel pretty good. One example of the progress that we've been making, I suppose. Okay. And remember, we do still need to get concrete at some point. Next bit of production is going to be sulfur, then science. We're going to need... I don't know if we're actually going to need batteries or not. Let's ignore batteries for now. We'll figure out if we need them later. But for now, let's just not even worry about it. Let's, again, go get some raw materials. Jeez, let's also make sure we get a little bit of extra couple of extra smelters. My word. We are so behind in everything. Pipes are going to be expensive. Sort of. Not really, but sort of. They're right here, so we're not going to spend time trying to purchase all these things. How many do I have in my hand? I got 4. I think 4 oil refineries is going to be enough. Yeah, let's just say that's going to be enough. Okay, 4 oil refineries is going to be enough. And then we've got the raw materials to get everything else up and going. Yeah, we are hurting so bad. Is it just a throughput issue right here? That's certainly not helping. No, we just need tons more steel furnaces. That's really all it's going to come down to. Yeah, more steel furnaces. Am I short on steel? I am short on steel. Plenty of blocks, just need steel. That's going to take a while to craft. We'll come back and we're going to get this throughput fixed in just a moment. At least our science is, whoa, not good anymore. It was good. It was good. Okay. So, let's just get water out here because you're always going to need it at some point. And let's build in this direction. I'm not going to waste time trying to remember or more or less fix the process that I've usually done by using H to switch where the inputs and the outputs are going. We're just not going to do that. Another day, another time perhaps, but not now. For a more compact, more compelling build, in the future we will do that. Now is not the time. 2, 4, 2. Okay. And then we do have one more here, and let's build kind of to the south. Reason being is because it just seems like it'll make the most sense. Because it looks like this is where some build area is going to be. Okay, 2, 4. Okay. Awesome. So we are now producing oil. That's going to immediately get turned into a couple of things. Number 1, we're going to need to pull water all the way out to here. Let me just start doing that now. Thankfully, these water pipes don't actually, or these water pumps, excuse me, they don't actually require you to have any actual amount of power to get them started. For some reason, they just work. I don't know why, but they just work, and I am all for it. Don't get me wrong. I'm not disparaging the fact that they work. In fact, I'm grateful that they do. The alternative is that they don't work, and then I'm sad. Okay, it's going to be by 5. Probably 4, actually. That's going to be eventually plastic. I don't think I'm going to need that much because we're just going to need, what, red circuits with this? That'll be fine. And then while I'm here, though, let me just get one single instance of solid fuel. Doesn't even have to be a lot. But any amount that I make is eventually going to go into our other fluids anyway. I've been trying to build some other power poles. I finally got a few. Let's actually use them for once. Here to here. Whoa. That just cost me a little bit of petroleum. Don't like that. There. And there. Okay, but again, that's gonna come in handy later. I don't know how much sulfur I'm gonna need, but I'm gonna want enough to supply a couple of different, probably what, 10 to 12 assemblers making blue science, probably. And so for now, let's just go here. Phixfox forgot. I forgot that I actually should have been a little bit smarter with the fact that I can now do this. I don't actually have to have things split up like I once did. That feels great. But if you forget, and then you find yourself struggling because you didn't give yourself an opportunity to do things better. There we go. Less than ideal. Okay. We are getting sulfur. Our production of raw materials is not going to be super good. For our just straight up petroleum right now, 3.7K, you might as well continue to let it work. I am going to put a red wire limiter on this though. I'm just going to say that the petroleum, we're only going to enable the pump to work when petroleum is less than 10,000. More than 10,000 is probably going to be a little bit too much. So for now, let's just do this. We are going to need a couple of different belts coming out here. I'm just going to have them go right behind all this production. We're not going to end up modulating on these oil refineries, and so that just makes our supply lines, our building paths pretty clear. And this one right here, the one that's closest to the coal, is going to be for coal, just like so. Okay, perfect. We are about 85% of the way from getting into our other productions, specifically plastic, but we've got the build ready to go. I suppose we could and maybe should do a little bit of sulfuric acid. So let's do this now. It's going to take water. Let's just do it right there, just like that. Okay, so sulfuric acid is going to slowly creep out of these two opportunities. And I am going to need one more pump because one of the worst things you can do is have all of your production into sulfuric acid and you're like, hey, where's all my petroleum? It's like, I don't know, but you're going to want to sit down for this next little bit. It's somewhere and you're not going to like it. And then you find out your mistake after it's way, way too late. And you're super sad. 1,000 sulfur units is actually going to be plenty for me. So let's put that down now. We do have water. We do have everything we need minus plates. I'm even going to make sure that I have, let's just call it one little itty bitty box for now. My last 69 iron plates. Nice. You can keep them. With my compliments. Up to 36% on plastic. Okay, and this means that this is our time. Absolutely, this is our time. To send belts this way. One of which is going to be specifically... We've been missing out this whole time. No, look at that. One of these is going to be specifically for... concrete. It's been way too long since I've had concrete here. And it's going to go right here. That's concrete. We're going to have a little bit of material come back this way. It's going to be for some other opportunities. We're going to need a little bit of steel down there. We're going to need a little bit of copper. We're going to need a little bit of everything down there. We will get it at some point. For now, though, we're going to finally fix this problem. Hopefully, and get a little bit more throughput in this way. I think they were way backed up on steel, and that's good. That's exactly what we wanted. We don't want to be in the business of steel any longer than we have to be. And so eventually that's going to take care of itself because it's going to get backed up, and then if we need it, we have it. But the hope is that we don't actually need it anymore moving forward. Let's actually divert this around the hole in this direction. And we are going to need to bring up water. Let's do 1 and 2. Here. Oh, that's right. We are completely out of resources because I got bit and spent them all. Whoops. Okay. And this is going to go all the way down this way. It's just going to make more sense to me than if I tried to go in front. Basically, we're going behind our mineral patches instead of going in front. Behind instead of in front. That's the goal. There. We are going to need, I guess, one more water pipe, water pump. That's going to be right there. Okay. So we got water coming in. We just need to get a little bit more electric mining going on. We have 2, 3. We got a couple here. Let's just get rid of all this production. It's not going to matter anymore. And for now, it's going to be 3. 1, 2, 3. It's even going to use red belts because I'm out of yellow belts. This is going to go into... It's going to go in this direction. This is going to give me the opportunity to just do a little bit more smelting. I think that 4 is going to be sufficient. We are out. We are totally out of everything. And we're out of materials. I'm not going to go back for him. Well, okay. As you can tell, as we finally pick up a couple of freebies here, as you can tell, being out of resources sucks, and I hate it. But I don't feel like I have a lot of other options at the moment. Let's do this. Here. And the only thing we're missing now is blocks. Blocks are going to go there. Cool. And slowly, very slowly, but also very surely, we're going to start adding to our ability to throw in a couple more stone blocks. Okay, 1, 2. Okay, alrighty. It's going to start coming anyway. Let's just make sure we have outputs, and then let's wash our hands and be done with this. I don't even mind if they're going to the same box or not. Sure I do. At this point I do. No, I don't. I don't have the materials to care. Okay. If that gets destroyed by biters later, I'm going to be really upset. Plastic has been finished. It's been finished for a minute. I just got busy doing other stuff. Let's go to red circuits because I know for sure I'm going to need red circuits. And we are in desperate need of a resupply here. My goodness. We are so out of stuff. 200 belts there. 50 there. I do want to make sure I got up to 200 greens. Plenty of ammo. Plenty of yellows. I'm going to use that to start making some other stuff. Let's just steal some materials right off of the belt. Including a couple of pipes. And sure, give me all of your engine parts. I'll just steal whatever you have. Okay. We already sent the coal down south where the plastic is going to go. We will eventually need to send a line of steel. We're going to need to send a line of copper. We're going to need to send a line of just other raw resources for batteries and the likes. For now, let's just have this go here. Messy. Messy, messy, messy. Spaghetti, if you will. But it shall work. Plastic it is. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. And now we just got to get our outputs. Here and here, here and there. Okay. And this should be sufficient, again, just for red science. I don't think that I'm going to need more than this. But I am going to want to start boxing this up because I got a feeling that I'm going to run out of some essentials later. And it's going to be nice to be able to just like kind of hand feed some early blue science when I get the chance. Red circuits are just about done, and then we're going to do blue science right after that. Okay. Do I need anything else? No. I do need to bring sulfur in a long, long line up to the top, because there's just no other way of doing it at the moment. Ugh. Okay. Okay. One of the problems why, if you ever want to do your oil refining anywhere but near everything else, you're going to feel kind of bad about it. It's going to be fine. You'll be able to belt all these things in, but in the meantime, while sulfur feels like it's a big hit to your economy because you'd rather use the petroleum not on sulfur but on things like your plastic, it's going to feel pretty bad, and that's okay. It's okay. Just roll with it. I think that we're actually going to do our blues down here. Funny enough, I wasn't planning on doing it like this, but we're going to just throw down from Nilaus his chemical science factory. We're going to leave a little bit of space for some additional stuff just in case. And we're going to cut this basically off right about there. And it's going to be all that gone. I'm a big fan of you figuring out builds for yourself. I would prefer it if, I'm not going to tell you how to live your life. Like, don't let me tell you how to live your life here. But I tend to find that when people just try and copy blueprints off of the internet, they're never as satisfied as they would be if they just took the time to learn how to do something themselves. And then later, there's always going to be time to borrow designs and look at what other people have done. But if you don't go through the struggle of trying to build your own designs early on, you're going to miss out. For example, you're not going to know where you can, could, or should make modifications to a certain build. Like here for Nilaus, I know exactly, well, I don't know exactly. I know about how much I'm going to need for this blue chemical science. I know about what I'm going to need. And that doesn't feel too bad. Like knowing about what I need, it's going to take me in the direction I need to go. Do I need this? No, I don't. But I'm going to need flammables because flammables lead to rocket fuel. At least I say that, and then I think to myself, wait, does it? I don't know. I haven't checked. Does it still? It used to. Does it now? Okay. I don't think I need... I'm probably going to upgrade to blue assemblers later, but for now I just need to get something down. This process is going to take a little while. It's going to be really ugly. Later on, we're going to have to build, or we're going to have to bring down some science. Or bring it from the bottom up to the top. We're going to need to bring in steel. We're going to bring in iron. We're going to bring in this sulfur, which is coming, and the red circuits. So green circuits and red circuits are going to be needed in fairly large quantities. And that's because it's necessary for the production of blue science. And of course, or rather, blue science, yes, but also rocket pieces. You need blue chips in order to launch rockets. And that is one of our goals here still. Even though the cost of the rocket is much less than it's ever been, which is, I think I like that. It's still going to be a little bit hairy at times. I just realized this is a place where I can make a modification here. This only has to be a yellow belt. Let's see. Yeah, this only needs to be a yellow belt. Yep, it doesn't have to be a red. Does not have to be a red. It's a red belt there in Nilaus's design because it is going to make, it's going to be fast all the way through for the materials to get them to the end of the row. It's just not necessary for our purposes. If everything's going to be yellow anyway, then the purpose is lost. So there's your example of a reason why things are different. In this case, though, you can't go yellow to here to here. This has got to be reds. And so it is good that we still have the reds available to us, but again, figuring out where things are or are not necessary. That is the key. This is necessary because yellows only go 4 spaces, whereas reds go more. Here and here and here. Maybe those are necessary, maybe those are not. I wasn't paying attention. This one for sure is, though. Those ones are not necessary. Okay. And then we're going to need tons of blues. Tons of blues. In the meantime, let's snipe some reds. Wow, and look how low we are on this here. Why is this taking you so long? Huh. Man, that is really struggling to keep up with all this. My goodness. Okay. Okay. Green science is covered for a while. Wow. Wow. You forget to limit your chest one time and now you have 200 miners. That's wonderful. Hey, where'd all my materials go? I don't know. It's gone. It's gone, 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 just like your dog. My dog. I ran him over on the way in. Oh. Steel. We're going to need to borrow some more steel. I just want more medium power poles before I do anything else. I feel like the 2.5 hours is good for a lot of people to launch a rocket. It's definitely beyond me at this point. I just don't think it's... Is it possible? Is it possible? No, I don't think it's possible at this point for me. What would you have to do to get a rocket launched in under 2.5 hours? I feel like you'd have to do a lot. Because we're currently at 153. Yeah, no, there's no way, because we still got a lot to go. Yeah, we're about to get blue science, but there's way more to be done. We haven't even gotten our red science. We haven't gotten our opportunities with our green circuits in place. There's just way too much going on here that is still necessary. So we'll get it eventually. We'll get all of our various requested items and such. But yeah, no. In this run, somebody else is going to have to launch a rocket in 2.5 hours. If somewhere down the road people say, hey, did you hear about the Phixfox challenge? And they talk about launching a rocket in 2.5 hours. Is it possible? I'm guessing it's probably possible. Probably. Because the way the speedrunning community works, I'm sure it's possible. But does that mean you should hurt yourself trying to get it? No. So... take this for what it's worth, and I don't ever want to hear somebody say, well, Phixfox said it was possible. I have theorized that it's possible. I'm giving it my best shot here. But I'm also very, very glad that I gave myself more than just the 2.5 hours. I gave myself a little bit more than that. I said, well, between 2.5 to 4 hours. And that is, in fact, very different. Okay. So, steel's going to go there. Iron plates are going to go there, but this is all connected, correct? There's probably 1 or 2 of these things missing that I just don't know about. I'm going to put this here, and then the spare is going to go right there. Okay, so what are we missing here? Let's get those lines of production going. And again, that includes a little bit of this. Let's do 1 red. But then just use a yellow belt to siphon it off. That means that most of the production is still going to be intact like it should be. For the main base. But if there's any extra, we should be fine. Look at that. That's fully saturated. No problems. And we do have steel here. Let's just throw a yellow here. If we ever need to upgrade this, we can. But for now, let's just keep things fairly cohesive. We're going to run out of belts. So there. Are we going to experience throughput issues because we are moving, going from red belts down to yellow belts? Yeah, sure, probably. But am I really worried about it? No, it'll be fine. I'm not really worried about it. Let's work our way backwards. Let's go to rocket silo. What are we going to need? It looks like we're going to need batteries. It says we're going to need batteries, but before you needed batteries because batteries took you into robot frames, which was important for yellow science, and yellow science was important for rockets. I don't think it's important anymore. I don't think you actually need that anymore. Yeah, it says yellow science, but you don't actually need yellow science anymore. So it's just like a side quest. It's not actually critical. Huh. Yeah, that's not actually critical anymore. Otherwise, we can do here and here. We got stuff to research, but this is the last red and green research that we can possibly jump on at the moment anyway. I don't think I need any additional speed from my labs. I think that's enough labs. I think we're already struggling a little bit to keep up with what we need. And then, am I going to want to do this? Am I going to want to go down? Am I going to want to increase this smelting? Just assume that you will. Like, why wouldn't you just assume that you would? The only reason why you might not go in that direction with that is simply because you want to be more compact over here. It's going to get you to at least right there. So let's go, just go right here. How about green science? And then we're going to do red science on the other side of that. It's only going to be like half of a red science. So like, boom, something like that. Yeah. And so then blue circuits are going to go over there. But then the reds are immediately going to go there, and then they're going to be able to be filtered down south. Okay, that's the plan. Good plan, bad plan. Hey, man, it's the plan. This is bothering me. Let me go 1 and 2. Oh, no, where'd my power go? I'll never tell. And there. And, oh, there, I suppose. Just looks better, feels better, and it'll make more room for other opportunities later. Okay. Well, let's put some lights everywhere. Because with Halloween gone, there's no need for a scare. If Christmas is your kind of thing, at least it's not anymore Halloween. Okay, perfect. Okay. Am I just wasting time? Am I concerned about what's about to happen here? Possibly. Let's see. I need more materials there. Definitely going to need more inserters. Long-handed, sure, why not? Tons of blues, I'm sure. That means I'm going to need lots of iron plates. I should just start pulling iron plates off. So I just don't have to steal. I can steal from the belt slowly instead of all at once. Okay. And then any other adjustments up here? No, that's working as intended, albeit very slowly. Okay. Let's just get started on our green circuits now. Yeah, let's get working on green circuits. Stuff to do everywhere. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 2. This is a good time for a modification. I forget what it's called, but it helps speed up the early game by having like little microbots that will build things like this for you. And it's really a nice little mod because they still have some cost associated with them. It's not just like a cheap way of not ever struggling ever. There's some infrastructure required, but for people like me who hate clicking all the time everywhere, it actually feels really awesome to just be able to breeze through some of the early game blueprints that you're gonna build anyway, and this just saves you carpal tunnel to not have to worry about them, if that makes any sense. Gonna need some more materials. For example, belts. We're gonna need to think, do we need any of these other things? Circuit network, no. I think we're good. Interesting that I've been using the red circuits to actually adjust my builds, and it's not actually necessary. I never actually researched that. Never researched the circuit, logistics circuits. You'd think I would have to in order to limit chests and limit, specifically what I limited earlier was things like my sulfur. I guess not though. I guess it's just not necessary. Other things I need here, I think I got it for now. Belts. I do need yellow belts. Yoink. Okay. One and two. 1, 2, 3, 4. Whoops. 1 and 2. 1 and there. Okay. Pretty quickly, this is going to take shape, and then I'm just going to have to supply this full of resources. And actually, that's, yeah, I mean, on the one hand, we're currently supplying our little base up there fairly well. And so that part's going well. On the other hand, I don't know if I've got the infrastructure to actually handle a massive influx like this. Like I just don't know if I do. And I don't know a good way of finding out without just having some major issues happen all of a sudden. Oh, thought I had one more of those. Must have used it. Okay. Here and here. And this should be fully operational, and it's pretty easy. You just have the iron going in the middle, then you have the copper going to the outside. So let's pull off one more belt of this. My goodness. Okay. And one splitter that's yellow. So this way we're going to end up supplying a little bit here, and then down over to here. Whoop! That was close. That was really close. My word, that was it's not where that's supposed to go. That's copper, and this is iron. Oh my goodness. Well, that was exciting. Hey, misclicks happen all the time. All the time. Let's take a look at our smelting over here. This is about the second where we're about to find out how poorly optimized we are for copper. Because we're about to start using it in massive quantities and we just don't have the infrastructure for it. It's not sufficient. What we have is not good enough. It's just not good enough. Let's see. And so we're going to continue to make some steel furnaces in hopes that before anybody realizes that there's a problem, we fix it. That sounds like what every politician ever does. We're going to hope that nobody notices, and if and when they do, then we're going to have a solution ready-made for them, and we're going to be the person that everybody's happy with. It's like, oh, you fixed all of our problems. What they don't realize is that, yeah, but I also cause all your problems as well. Whoops. Okay, there's one. And then let's just go like this to get number 2 going here and here. And this is going to more than double our current copper production. But if that's the case, we're going to actually need to use some of our, 200 electric miners to increase, to start bringing in more raw materials as well. Hey, we got it. We just got to start using them. How about both of you? 100 miners. Yikes. I still feel sheepish about that. Didn't have to be this way. Did not have to be this way. Okay. We're clearing out the space necessary to fully mine this patch. There's no reason not to at this point. The only reason being is if we just don't have space enough to stack more smelters. I got a feeling we're going to find a way. And I've got a feeling that the best thing for us is actually going to be to move materials over in this direction from west to east as opposed to east to west. Just so we can actually wrap things around this way instead of trying to navigate through all this. And so we're going to go to here, down, and then we're going to do one combo belt there. And then one more combo belt here. And this is all going to get turned into one solid red. With one, let's see. One split there. Alrighty, and it's not pretty because it never is, but we should be able to supply more materials into this section here. That's going to equal more copper. It's going to continue to supply there, and this is going to have to keep up with this. As you can tell, our green circuit little factory is working. Now we move on to the next one. Again, this is the reds is probably going to be where we really have to use the blue assembler 2s. It's probably going to be prime candidate for that. Let's see. And once again, I'm going to downgrade all these belts. Except for the ones that don't need to be downgraded. Everything's going to get downgraded. Let's see. Does this have to get downgraded? No, I think that one actually has to stay. That one does too. Red belts are needed to that point. But it's going to only have the throughput of a yellow belt. Bit of a waste. Let's see, that goes here. 1, 2, 3. Let me think about this. So this is going to be plastic on one side and then green circuits on the other. So green circuits I can just do now. Green circuits are going to go into there. This one's going to be copper. Copper is going to be important for this section. It's going to split there, and there's going to be one more split required. Perfect. Let's see. There's that. The point and purpose of this build is just to get the materials in the very center. Actually, you know, I just realized that's not necessary and that's not necessary. This design was built in mind to have you be able to scale with substations in the center and modules and beacons. It's meant to scale for later. That's why there was so much space left. That space is really not necessary. And so you can just run full single lines of materials down like this, which I'll do in just a second after I resupply. But yeah, I got caught in the trap of not thinking about why we did things. I was just doing things to do things. I wasn't thinking about why we do things. And that's always an issue as I try to get rid of some stone in my back pocket. Let's see. Yeah, just to make some room for some other stuff. Wonderful. Wunderbar. There we go. And then it's time to just start throwing down some of these assemblers, or rather these inserters, and hoping I get them right. Making sure that I don't send them to the wrong place. Let's see. These ones go down, these ones go up. Here and here, here and here. There and there. Okay. It's not really necessary, but I'd like to do it anyway. 2, 2 on 2, 2, 1, 2 and 1. And this is, for the most part, going to be ready to go at this juncture. That's got to go there, and then this has to be a backwards, so that materials can get in. All right, and then green circuits are in, and then the last important piece is actually going to be the plastic. And so this is going to be my output. This output is more or less reserved to go in that direction. We will pull some materials off of that. And then this one's plastic. Which we do have plastic. Oh boy, do we have plastic. So let's grab some plastic. Oh, it's all over there. We're actually going to move this back the other way then. Like so. It's just going to fit better in my mind. It's kind of like a messy room. If your room is messy but you know where everything is at, you're not a bad or a silly person. You just have a very particular way of doing things, right? And in this case, if you don't know where things are going, okay, that's probably not ideal, but I do. I know where everything should go. And in my mind, everything does not go this direction, it goes this direction around the long way. So that way my lines just stay a little bit clearer. I've been the spaghetti chef. I have been the head honcho at Phixfox. And I have to tell you, I've got very, very, very few regrets about that. This part of my tutelage was just getting good and getting better and making spaghetti. Now that I'm here, I have no regrets. Ha 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 ha. Okay, am I missing anything? I think that all those were working. Red science is out, or excuse me, red inserter. It's not inserters. Red circuits are out. And they're going to be used for what they're supposed to be used for. We're not going to pull any red circuits off just at this current moment. We're just going to get chemical science going. And then once that's completed, we're going to be happy with what we have. Why is that not all the way down there? That's better. And then that goes there. Okay, perfect. Much better. Ah, I love it when a plan comes together. Okay. And red circuits are being made. The nice thing about the blue science is that when you craft one, you actually get 3. Oh, it's 2. They lowered the recipe requirement. It was 3. It used to be 3 chemical science for every 3... Was it 3 red circuits? I think it was. Yeah, I think that this ratio doesn't work like it once did, actually. I think I'm going to have to revisit that so I get something a little bit more neat and clean. Huh, interesting. I did not expect that. Okay, this is going to be my output line, by the way. So we're just going to send this out in this direction as soon as I pick up some more belts. 134 of them. Read them and weep. And unfortunately, due to the nature of blue science and there being 3 sciences, my current setup is not going to accommodate more than a red and a green science. Of course, red science on one side of the belt, green on the other. And so what we're going to end up doing is I craft lots of small poles, is we're actually going to move everything back the other way. Like so. And it's going to be another belt there. And I'll show you how we're going to do that in just one second. That never got adjusted. We're just going to move all of this. Never getting too attached to anything. Okay. As you can tell, we're waiting on the advanced oil processing, and that's going to take it's going to take red, green, and blue. So it's a very necessary wait. We do have our first little bits of blue science at the very end here. That's exactly what we were looking for. I'm going to make sure that we go out to here with this, just in case I need to build up a little bit more there. And folks, we're going to go just like this. How many is that? That is 8. Let's go for 10. Okay, and I don't think I have any more labs in my hand. I do not, which is ideal. Oh no! I got so excited that I just messed it up. Okay, 1, 2, there we go. So excited I messed it up. Is that 10? That's 10. When you highlight things like that for copying, it actually gives you it tells you how many of whatever's in your hand. So it's pretty nice. In this way, we're going to be able to draw from both of these belts. And if I wanted to, I could do some belt weaving with yellows and reds in order to make sure I get up to purple and yellow science. That's not going to be necessary at this time. It's just not going to be necessary. We'll do that another day, another time when we need more science. That's how we're going to do it. But for now, there is something happening. We are actually researching advanced oil processing. Can you believe it? I certainly cannot. It's a miracle unto itself. The fact that we're actually moving forward in this playthrough is stunning. Let's save real quick just to see where we're at. We are currently at 2 hours and 17 minutes. So by 2 hours and 17 minutes, we've gotten up to blue chemical science, right? And remember, we can unlock the rocket silo with blue chemical science and then launch our rocket and then meet my goal of 2.5 to 4 hours. We're being, again, pretty Johnny on the spot. We are really just focusing on what's required, and we are not focusing on what could be. and it's going to cost us. If we were to play this playthrough out all the way, I have no doubt that this would cost us, and we would be very, very regretful very, very soon. However, at the very least right now, I mean, I've got another Space Age playthrough. I'm probably going to end up doing a couple other ones later. I think I'm going to be just fine to just see if this can be done, and if so, how and what it's going to look like. Just in case, I don't know, just in case we start to lag behind in this section, I'm going to put in a couple of those inserters or a couple of those assemblers there. Okay, perfect. And then let's also beef up our production of red as well. I don't actually think the blues on the wires are necessary. Yeah, they're going to get down to the very end regardless, and so that's not necessary. And then let's actually upgrade a couple, let's see, a couple of these, just the very ends of our green science build. I want to make sure that we have the ability to get some nice speedy things done if necessary. Okay. And for some reason, I'm wasting time on this. Okay, perfect. Time's never wasted. It's never wasted. I am going to slowly pull off a couple of reds. I don't want to pull off a lot, but I do need, just in case I need something, I want to make sure I have it in case later I realize that I'm silly and I should have had it and didn't. We do need one more radar there, and we actually need one more in this upper left corner, upper right corner, and we also need to make sure that we drop that science back off. So let's do a quick tour around the base. Science is working. Working. Wow, that's not working as intended. We might have to pull in another line very, very soon. 1,000, 1K. There's an issue here. Looks like we mined it out, but we're actually struggling with our concrete. That's actually fine for me. Looks like we're thriving as far as our petroleum and mining. No issues there. Any issues here? No, I think we're fine. Okay. So we did just get up to the advanced oil processing. So I know for sure that we're going to actually have to use the advanced oil processing because you need it for rocket fuel. So what about we do that pretty quickly? Just that way we can stay on top of things. Amazing. We are actually fully saturating all of our science facilities. Look at that. We are actually using all of them right now. They're all being fully supplied by this little itty bitty outpost. That is super cool. I just ran over some rocket spaceship stuff. Get out of my way. Perfect. How are we doing, by the way, on power? We're close, but not too bad. Oh, and since I'm right here, let's actually fix this. Okay. gonna be a quick clear. And we actually have so many miners. And that's gonna help out a lot. Do we really need all of this? No. I think that this is actually where the production stops on that. I'm not gonna make very fast walkways for myself. In this playthrough, it just doesn't seem like it's gonna be that useful. You like that I stopped to repair something and then I immediately hit something else I need to repair. That's what we do around here. Okay. So we do have water. I'm just gonna make this painful change now. Okay. I'm just gonna go like this. I'm just gonna make one long deal like this. Some of these can just insert directly in, some of them needed a little bit of attention so we weren't mixing our materials. In this case, we're going to go 3 out for our light oil, and then our heavy is actually going to go out 4-ish. It's going to go out to like right about there. Heavy's going to go out this direction, light's going to go out to right about there. 1, 2... Gonna need at least a couple of these. Okay. And then on the flip side, as we plug this in, so that way we don't get too much light oil, which is highly unlikely. The likelihood of us getting too much light oil is fairly... It's I don't anticipate it's going to happen. Ah, shoot. We're going to have to do some serious cracking, though, I just realized. Like, it's like you have to. Because you got to do something with the heavy oil. Okay. Let's not even do a tank for that, then. Let's just immediately crack everything that we get. We are going to have to get into lube in some amount, aren't we? We are going to have to get into lube in some amounts. Let's see. Let's just do it like this. 1, 2, 3. There. And we're going to go from heavy to light oil cracking. And we're going to go... I suppose it doesn't really matter. Of course it does. Of course it matters. Everything we do matters. That's why we do it. We're going to do this. Like so. This is going to just fall in here. Okay. And I don't see any need to do anything but just make sure that our light oil is sent in this general direction. And just add to our light oil production. Okay. Will that be enough to keep up? If it's not, okay, but a little bit of this heavy oil is going to have to get forced in to at least 1 or 2 lube making apparatus. We'll do that later. But for now, this should be fairly workable. And we've already reached 5,000. And so this system is actually backing up pretty quickly. I'm just out of materials. I'm out of resources. So what happened to my car? It's in my hand. So I'm going to need to go get some more materials because I'm going to need the ability to crack down even more resources. Cracking is a beautiful thing in Factorio because if you didn't have it, I don't know how you would possibly balance fluids. Fluids are very unpopular for a lot of individuals. They just don't like them. And I feel like I get it. Like, I thankfully spent the time to really get some tutelage in how to make things go right with it. But if you haven't struggled mightily, you're just going to hate life until you eventually figure it out, or someone takes pity on you and just tells you all the things you've been doing wrong, like somebody had to do for me. Because light cracking allows you to get rid of the unwanted excess fluids that will otherwise back up your base. And so then, other than if you just wanted to put everything into a storage tank, you could put everything into a storage tank and then periodically just like dump it That's a very inelegant solution to something that should be a little bit more elegant. I think we're going to need one more of these. There, just like this. Gonna get rid of this, pull all that up. We're gonna do, how many? 1, 2, 3, maybe 4. Let's go 4 bits of rocket fuel. That's gonna get made in a little while. It's not there yet, but that will be used for rocket fuel later. As soon as I get that researched, we're gonna start that process. In fact, I want it now. I wanted it yesterday. What do I gotta do for that? 300? 300? Do I actually need, hold on, do I need advanced? Yeah, I guess I need all this. Man, just the amount of research you're gonna need to get all this done is crazy. That's nuts. That's nuts. It's probably the reason why 4.5 hours is more likely than anything, huh? Oh well. We'll get there. We will get there. Okay, so our production is stopped. We're in a little bit of a bind here. I don't want to just dump this material. I guess I can set this up to, I don't know, 10,000. That's going to immediately start the process again because we are voiding all of our heavy oil. And now this is going to allow us to continue to make petroleum. So, okay, no problems. We'll be happy with what we have here. Sweet. Let's see, other things we need to do. We're waiting on low density to get finished. Tell you what, we need to hit save game so Phixfox can take a break real quick. 2:27:54. Do you think we're going to make it in the next 2 minutes and 6 seconds? Ha! I say no, we're not. But let's continue on just 1 second. Okay, so diving then right back into where we were at. Nothing's changed here, just hitting the reload button for reasons that nobody understands, including myself. Okay, things that we need. Yeah, it's going to be low density. I don't think we're going to need nearly as much low density as we have in the past. I think we're going to be okay with that. And that is going to be something that we just have in our back pocket here. I do want to have blue science right about there, just so that way we can get the other things up in that direction. By other things, I mean I'm going to want the sulfuric acid. We're going to take the sulfuric acid and we're going to go from east to west. Again, a lot of our building has been from east to west. We're going to just continue to do that. I don't want to delete all these buildings, but we're going to delete a couple of these on the back end just because I don't think we're going to have the ability. Actually, I bet we can just cut this in half. Let's just cut out half. Yeah, let's just cut out literally half of this. And so then we're just going to have one long line, and we're actually even going to get rid of right about here. Yeah, I think that we only need about this much production here for our low density structure. I think we're gonna be fine, really. So let's get rid of some of this extra stuff. Let's move some other fluff in here. There, getting rid of some of this. And bring it on. We just completed that. As we're going for rocket fuel, we will work on this low density structure before we do anything else. Oh boy, do I really want to... I don't want to power everything just with substations right now. Again, that'll be useful for some other builds later, but for now, let's just go for medium poles to make this happen. Here and there. So builds are going to go into the center. And that actually covers all the interiors, and then we can just go, oops, like this. Single, 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 and single. Okay. Perfect. And in fact, this also doesn't need to be too special here. We can just paste over that. like we did the other time, we can paste over it again. I don't think we're going to need that much low density structure. I think that the recipes have honestly changed that much that we don't need it like you once needed it in massive quantities. And so this build was actually built for a different scale. And so we're not going to need to even worry. Okay. It's good, good. And so it's going to be copper on the outside and then like plastic and stuff on the inside is going to be the basic to that build there. We might upgrade these later to assembler 2s. We'll see. Okay, and let's see if our power is looking good here or not. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and in. It looks like everything's powered anyway. That's pretty good. Okay, that's not going to be necessary there. That's just our exit point. That's not going to be necessary to change there. What's this? Okay. So in the center here, this is where we're going to do what we just did last time. We're going to have one here of splitters. And so then the splitters are going to pull the materials to both sides of the belt. No, because one of these would send it north. So we don't actually need to do that either. We just need to have one side of the belt be, looks like plastic, and one side steel. And then it looks like going to be copper because it's going to take 20 bits of copper versus 5 and 2 on the steel. So let's do this now. Let's pull some of the plastic over now. We're not going to need an awful lot. Just a little will do. Just a little will do. Okay. Copper, plastic. Okay. And then we do have steel over here as well. I just want to make sure that I don't get in my own way and accidentally mess up my plans for my blue circuits. I suppose I can throw that down now. It's gonna look just like that. Oh, I left myself way more room than I needed, and that's actually a good feeling. It's a good feeling, not a bad feeling. Because then I might be able to slip something else in there later. Which I'm all for. Okay. Oh, we need a couple greens. Perfect. Good to go. Okay. Rocket fuel is at 45%. I can't make that go any faster. Our labs are fully saturated. They're doing everything that they ought to be doing. Guess we can just bring the steel directly down. We're just going to have steel go right there into that one. And I will have plastic go into this other one right there. Yes, I don't actually need to have it go as far as I once thought. Let's plan on just having one red belt. One red belt of copper that then gets split into the 2 yellow belts. And then do we need to bring up plastic's own thing? No. It'll just slip in right there. Just like so. And we're going to have to share this line of plastic with our red circuits and our low densities. But both are built to consume more than one full line. Oh, look at that. Nifty. And so this is actually going to work out pretty okay. Pretty okay. This is going to work out. Yeah, because we're still getting plastic all the way to the end of this line. We just need to pull in one red belt of copper. And low density is going to be set. It's not going to probably be fully saturated, but it is going to be set for what it's worth. Let's get rid of the trees. Okay. And this is actually an opportunity to add to our, I don't want to say booming copper production because it's been less than stellar. How about our improving production of copper? And this line here that we're adding to right now, we can actually take it back a little bit more in 2 places. Let's do it right there for now. 1, 2. Okay. There. And there and there. Fabuloso. We're going to do it just like this. Okay. I'm not sure if that's the absolute best way we could have done this, but it'll work for now. Let's get a little bit more red going here, there, and a little bit more red going down to there. So that way we got full belts wherever we can. I think that's going to be satisfied. That's going to be fine. Okay. Is that going to be enough copper? I can almost guarantee you absolutely not. I just don't know if I have any other options. Let me turn off pollution because we don't care about pollution at this point. Whoa, where'd you come from? We do care about pollution. What in the... what? Huh? We had some neighbors move in south while we were busy doing things up to the north. Well, good thing I've got plenty of ammunition for you. I don't have any grenades, but we're just going to have to make do with what we have. Including these 2 grenades. Yeah. Oh, that's right. We don't go this way. Well, there's got to be... Okay, it looks like there's just like a little bit of a path here. It's not going to hurt my feelings too bad to very slowly creep my way through this underbrush. Somebody's got to make a path. It might as well be me. Ugh. Just right through here. I don't want to keep going around. And if I ever need to respond to something over here, I want to be able to just hit it and go fast. Be a good time for a tank right about now. 91% on our rocket fuel. Rocks are much harder to go through. I don't advise you try it. Okay. And by the way, this would be a really embarrassing time to just lose. Like to just die to biters or anything like that. So I just recommend that we don't. Let's just not die to biters. I wonder if we're going to see medium biters anytime soon, actually. I just realized. I haven't done a lot to kill my enemies, and so I don't think I've really affected the growth stat on their evolution, but I mean, I've probably done enough. We might be getting into spitters and medium biters soon, and if we get into medium biters, I'm really going to be feeling a little bit of a struggle. That's just going to be a lot to deal with. Okay. While that was happening, we did just pick up our rocket fuel. Let's get that going. It's going to be an immediate adjustment. It's going to be worth all of our time. Wait a second. Scratch that. That's incorrect. We got to do it like this, huh? Okay. Rocket fuel. There we go. Now from here, we do have the ability and the materials to start stockpiling some of this for later. I'm just going to throw it into a box, but I am going to finally outfit this outer area with a little bit of support because I'd hate to lose a full box of rocket fuel just because I didn't decide it was worthwhile to protect it. Let's see. Plenty of rocket fuel is going to be coming. If anything, plastic is the problem here. What's the issue? Where's the backlog? We're making a little bit more. Let's set this up to 12K. Just hope that we can start using this much faster. Low power. Haven't seen that for a minute. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, haven't seen that for a minute. Lube is going to be very, very soonly needed. We are getting rid of all of our heavy oil, though. So that's not too bad. Okay. And look at our coal production for our steam. My goodness. It's drastically lagging. Oh, that's scary. I don't know if I have any other nearby coal deposits that I could just quickly press into service. One over here. That's not too bad. I still have more surface or mineable surface area over here. Let's do that real quick. Let's get rid of some of this old burner tech and make room. Perfect. Little adjustments. We're not going to be using the electric miners, by the way. It's just too much of a requirement for what we have going on. We missed a pipe right here because we're out of pipes. And so we actually didn't increase our production for a moment there, but now we have. Okay. Red circuits continue to move. In fact, we're slowly backing this up. It's not very quick, but we are doing it. Well, we're eventually going to get there. As with all things, we're eventually going to get there. Let's go right here. We haven't done any landfill. If we get to the point where landfill is going to be the difference between winning and losing, we're going to have a real bad time. Because there's no amount of landfill that I've been squirreling away. And I can't see it being, like, critically important, but it's got to be. Like, it's just the kind of thing that I always have on hand in some amount, because, like, of course I do. I don't know how to explain it, but not having landfill just seems like a bad idea. We're going to need a little bit more pipage. We're going to need some more belts. We're going to need some more of everything. And this is where a sprawling design and having plenty of space actually does hurt you a little bit. Usually there's no problem with having tons and tons of space. But right now this will hurt us because every time we need to go back to resupply, it kind of hurts us a little bit. Overall, call it a good problem to have, but it is a consideration. Like earlier we mentioned how there were some nice opportunities because we had some close production to the lake, and so we were going to say, well, it was going to be really, really easy to resupply things like our steel smelting because it's going to be very, very close to our coal patch. And it's like, well, yeah, that is true, but there's also going to be some negatives and some drawbacks to that. The drawbacks being that we're much further away in the early game from trying to pick up resupplied units at our coal and our at our other resource nodes. Okay, let's move this over. And it's over. It's all the way down here. Let's just go a little bit further. A little bit further. And is there any reason not to send it all? I don't think so. I think you just send it. Yeah, I think we just send it. This is now going to be set to less than 1,000. I only need about 250 in here as a constant. Any more is just overkill. And it's just going to take away from some of the other possibilities I have. But this is going to be important for blues in just a moment or two. Let's get... what is it? 2 bits of lubricant. That's going to come in just 1 second. What did we just complete? Low density? No, we just completed something that was important. Oh, that was the electric smelters. Yeah, we're not going to need electric smelters. That's not a problem. Yeah, we have the technology. We're not going to use the technology basically at all. Let's have this up here. And once again, this is going to be another time where we use one of these. I don't remember why I put that there. That's just to make sure that we prioritize giving on over lube where necessary more than anything else. That's what that was. Okay. And then this is just to make sure that we don't make more lube than necessary. We're looking for lube in the amounts of, oh, let's call it 750. 750 units of lube should be all that we need there. We are backed up again. It is still the light oil. We just need to make more stuff with light oil, including we can make, hold on. We can absolutely make, we can make what we need with just the light oil. Here. Pipe, pipe, pipe. Let's go here. There. And is there a way to do it like this? No, there's really not, is there? It's just gonna take 4, I guess. Gonna do 1 more of these, and I'm just gonna circumvent the problem. The problem is gonna be handled because I say it's gonna be handled. Like so. Okay. And then we're just gonna direct insert the materials necessary to get the rocket fuel. I'm gonna take just a couple of these in case I need them for something. I don't know what, but for something. All of our plastic has been used, and what the crap is this? That's actually probably better that we weren't trying to use 2 sides of this. I'm gonna cut petroleum production on these. Those 2 aren't gonna be necessary. Making solid fuel out of petroleum is just not the play at this point, especially when we have so much light oil. And oh boy, do we have a lot of light oil. So let's do that. Is lube working? We got 250. Yeah, that's fine. It's just fine. New things. It looks like we're going to need this at some point because we're going to need to get all the way up from here to there to who knows where. Okay, that's going to complete there. And then we just need the blue. Do we just need the blues? Okay, let's actually get... Let's get the blues now, because you're gonna need blues before you need anything else. So we're gonna do things in this order: here to here to here, and then we can get the blue processing units going as soon as possible. Yeah, this feels like we're on the right track. Plastic, not nearly enough plastic, but we don't have enough petroleum. I suppose I can always hold on. Let's go back. 2. Is 2 chemical plants gonna do it? Let's go 3. 3 chemical plants, and we're gonna also try and crack down excess unneeded light oil, because oh my goodness, it looks like we're using so much light oil. We're gonna need water for that. We should have water over here, and it's gonna go like this. So this pump only works when light oil is greater than 5,000. How about that? So when this is greater than 5,000, then the cracking process does begin for this here. That's going to be light oil into petroleum. And it's going to be H. It's going to be like this. Here, here, and there. And this is going to get combined into here, to there. Bada bing, bada boom. And we're done. It's ugly, it's messy, but by golly, it's going to work. Okay, and then any petroleum that's made over here is going to go straight into this petroleum there. It's not going to be a lot, but it's going to help crack. It's going to first of all clear this blockage with the light oil. It's going to make sure that we have whatever space we need to just continue. and that's going to make sure that more petroleum is coming out in this direction as well, because the advanced oil processing is going to give you 55 petroleum, 45 light oil, 25 heavy oil. The heavy oil is all going into light oil, and then excess light oil is then going into petroleum. 3 at a time. That's going to be 30 light oil into 20 petroleum gas, and it looks like it's going to be happening how fast? Let's see, every 4 seconds. That number's adjusting, and this is going to be 5 seconds. So yeah, this is going to help alleviate the problem. It's not going to fix it. We should probably include a couple more of these. In fact, let's just make some space over here. It's ugly, but this is what we've done to ourselves. This is what we've done to ourselves. Okay, 1, 2, 3, just like that. Phixfox, shouldn't you be like dealing with that other issue with getting blue circuits up? Believe it or not, this is actually going to help that process go much better. This really will. This is going to help out a lot. It feels like this is in a roundabout way gonna cost us more time. Trust me though, it won't. This will help us go much, much faster than we otherwise would have. Okay. Okay, and then I just need a few more undergrounds. Boy, do these water spigots get tested. But I never seem to run out of water. Okay, not true. Occasionally I seem to run out of water. One more. Okay. Alrighty. And that's that. So petroleum is getting sucked out of here. It's going into this process. And then we are, let's see, is this going down? This is going down. We are using light oil faster than we're creating it. Perfect. We're meeting all of our goals, but it's only going to crack when it's above 5,000 here. Should I lower that number? No, I want to have a little bit of a buffer just in case. Just in case. Okay, processing units, 73%. Let's go, baby. Let's go. We're getting there. We are climbing the mountain. Yeah, still not great, but better than it was. And we do have all this pipage in here. Let's just go up and figure out what else we're going to need. Probably some more blues. Definitely pipes. Definitely. No doubt there. And these actually have to be blue assembling machines because to make blue circuits, you actually have to have the ability to calculate with fluids. Whoops. And I am going to end up using as many of these blues as possible. I might even build a new section for green circuits, because it's going to require a lot of green circuits. In fact, I probably should be stockpiling green circuits now, just so later I don't have to worry about it nearly so much. How likely is that to happen? Fairly low. We're just a little too busy at the moment here. Don't need to use that. Good, 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 and good. Okay. Okay. And this is where the process is getting a little bit funky, but I'm to the point where extra materials just aren't really going to be a problem. Like, we're going to have enough extra materials, I think, that I'm not going to need to worry about using, like, oh, not so many of those really nice things. At the end of a game, you should totally use all the power-ups that you've collected throughout the game. You don't need to feel like you can't spend your hard-earned rupees in, like, Breath of the Wild or something, you know? These are not the appropriate inserters. I'm supposed to be using the green ones. I don't care. And I'm gonna use blues because that's just what I have on hand. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, and 2. And then in the middle is going to be yeah, so blue circuits are going to be coming out. Do I have enough reds to make this happen? Sure I do. That was probably electric engines. And so pretty quickly we're going to be getting robotics. Okay. So interior is going to be the red circuits. So I need some of my red circuits to start going in this direction. Wow, this is just not enough red circuits, is it? This is going to cost me. Production is going to slow way, way down. Way, way down. Especially if you miss the place you're trying to get to. But then again, blue circuits require what, 5? 2 of the red circuits. So they require 2 red circuits and they mostly require green circuits. So it's not that big of an energy cost as far as I'm concerned. Doesn't hurt my feelings that bad. It is going to be worse trying to get green circuits in the appropriate numbers. Much worse. Okay. Let's see. I need more reds, so then that way I can pull everything and then split into 2 yellows. 2 yellow belts. There. 1, 2, 3, 4. And let's do this. Let's pull all of our green circuits now, our electrics, and we're just going to try and load them into these blues right now. It's going to help things a little bit anyway, while I'm just trying to get something going. There. And here. Let's call it right there is where we're going to go with this. Bring me that horizon. At this point, folks, we are just about ready. We've got to research the logistics robots, and then we've got it. We are ready to start working on this rocket silo. Like, we are close. We are super close. And oh my, does it feel good. Okay. Let's do it like this. I'm amazed how well these green circuits have been holding up to keep up with this demand. It's not going to last. Well, I mean, it's not going to last. Well, let's do our best to support the troops on the home front, as it were. Okay. And I wonder if I should put my output priority as to the left, just so that way I always have what I need here for my reds. Whatever's extra goes to blue, but my reds get a lot of love and attention. Oh, never mind. I've got plenty of reds. I got so many extra reds just chilling here. My goodness. I wonder if that's cost me. Because what am I going to use this many reds for? I do not know. Let's do it like this. Yeah, it's cost me a little bit, hasn't it? Okay. Still have 111. At least this way we can make sure that we are supplying resources here. We'll do it like that. Save 78. Sure, why not? We'll go to here. Getting some blues out. We're getting some greens in. It's not great, but it's something. Oh, goodness. Goodness gracious. Look at how poorly we're doing here. I think it's time to get rid of smelting the steel. I think we've done plenty of steel for now. And really, it just comes down to the fact that we don't have sufficient means to power all of this. I'm just going to get rid of whatever's, just trim the fat kind of a deal. Whatever's excess, let's pick it up off there. Let's go get as many red belts as possible. If I can get 1 red belt worth of, just 1 red belt worth of additional ore over there, I'll be feeling fancy free. I'll be feeling really, really good. Let's go as far as we can with that. Let's bring all these extra miners with us because I do see a patch. It's not too far. It's not too close, but it's not too far. It's going to go like this. Cool. And cool. And it looks like we're going to basically make it there. It feels so bad to be at this point close to our goal and yet so very, very far away. This feels horrible, but we already have the infrastructure. At least we have the extra materials able to pull this out. We just need one full saturated red belt. And I think that we can solve our problems. One more? Not yet. If we need it later, we'll worry about it. But for now, no. Okay, there's one. There, 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 there. Do the extras. Go in there. Okay. And I do need to make sure that I get a couple of defenses here. It would be devastating if I was close and then failed simply because I wasn't looking at my pollution cloud. We're probably going to use a couple of, I don't know, a couple of pipes on this one just because I don't think I have enough materials there. I got 31 of these though. There we go. I did end up having enough. I was saying 31 turrets. Might as well use them. Okay. I got 201 belts here. Let's try and stay away from major issues. Down to 50. Okay, it's going to go that far. Before we start to run into issues, we're down to 11. We can get 63. We've got plenty of gears on hand. Let's get as much as we can. Shoot. We're not going to make it. But for now, let's just turn this all into yellows and just get to where we're trying to go. It's not the way I want to go. I do want to go up north. Pick it all back up. Okay. Working on the rocket silo right now. I just really need this infusion of resources. I really feel like I do. And if I don't, I'm going to feel silly later when I rewind the tape. But for now, this feels like it's necessary. And if it's necessary, then it must be done. Rocket silo looks like it's like 1% right now. I wonder if I'm out of red and green science. I probably am. Okay. Almost to our goal. Almost to our destination. Here we are. Okay. So this is going to go there. And this is going to feed in directly there. Oh, goodness. I've probably cost myself a couple of issues with my poor pathing. I could have just gone there. I cost myself a few belts there. In the grand scheme of things, it's not going to be that big of a deal. This is still going to be a huge influx in material. It's going to be way better than it was. Way better than it was. Look at how many miners we've lost. Look at how many we've lost. 2% on the rocket silo. And even though we are only slowly getting some of our other materials, like, I don't know. Even though we're only barely getting a couple of the blue circuits, we're still way ahead of where you could be, because at least we're building it. It's going to take some time to really amass the amounts we need, but we're still getting what we need. I do wonder if I should get the production modules. I don't know if I should get 4 production modules. I'm going to have to research modules and then production modules in order to make that happen. That's kind of a big deal. It's kind of a lot. This is immediately better. Look at this. Yeah, that's immediately better. We're at least getting some resources in here. I'm going to cut production to red belts. Cutting production to red belts, just not that important. We don't need this many gears. We could still use a couple, but not that many. And in fact, we're going to really cut production to here. Fast undergrounds, this is all the undergrounds you get. Find a way to make them work. Yeah, 60? Yeah, you better find a way to make 60 undergrounds work. If you'd like, you can use the rest of this, but this is all got to be ready to go. 270 bits there. 71 belts there. I'm going to use all this, all that. I'm just going to get rid of this section because it's depressing because of how much I messed that up. Same here. Okay. What do we need here for greens? Solo transport belts. Let's help out. Get ourselves what we need. Yeah, when blue science is all the way up here and green science is all the way down there, you know there's a problem. You know there is. In fact, let's do it like this. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Just helping out. Okay, awesome. That'll help get rocket silo going quicker than it was, because yeah, blue science isn't the problem here. So does that mean that we actually need to cut production to red? Did we cut production to steel? We talked about it. Yeah, we cut production to steel. Is that all the steel we're going to need? I think so. A couple hundred. Should be fine. Green circuits. We could totally use way more green circuits. Let's just expand what we have here. Because we're actually doing pretty okay, at least on this top half. You know what? If I... Hold on. If I do this, I think I've got enough... I think I've got enough red belt to basically get all the way over here. Yeah, there we go. Then that's going to help just take more of the production that we otherwise might have missed. Is that how that's working? Maybe not. Okay. Let's get all this production we can. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay. Just gonna cut this off, not necessary. Okay. Alrighty. And I am going to get rid of this half of the steel production. It was good. It was great. I think it's not going to be as important as making sure that our copper production is solid. Do we have any more ability to get copper production here? Actually, no. That's pretty much it. We'll take out this one last turret. It's going to add, not a lot, but it'll add a little bit anyway. There and there. Sure. Okay, and we'll add that anyhow. There. Just pretend. Let's just pretend that everything's fine. Is this getting all the way down to the end? It's really not. Unless we could find some more copper, then that's actually a little bit of waste of time. Okay, on we go. But yeah, this looks like a fairly solid belt there. Let's just help out and support where we can. There. And there. Three and four. It's supposed to be something like that. Let's just go three more. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Okay. There's a part of me that thinks I should take a break because I'm like focusing so much on this, and I'm trying to take it easy, you know? But then there's a part of me that's like, no, I'm kind of to the point where I'm getting very, very close to the end, and I need to concentrate on this. This is like actually a good time to concentrate more than anything. Oh, come now. Haven't got all day. Let's see. 1, 1, 2. That's incorrect, but we're going to go with it anyway. Still going to be some amount of additional resources, which is fine. How are these supposed to get back in there? Oh, you just go like what? Here to here? Here to here? Okay. Okay. That's going to add a little bit of production, but as you can tell, it's giving us the opportunity, but I don't think that we actually have the resources on hand to really maintain this level of necessary support and help. Sorry if that just made you sick. I'm trying not to do this. I'm just trying to hurry. I'm looking for boxes of raw resources. Oftentimes, I just dump stuff in weird random places because I just don't need it. Looks like now is not the time, though. Looks like I did not do that. What is holding me up from this rocket? Here. 1, 2. Let's do like this. All right. Sweet. Well, less than ideal, but it is working. I think it's time. I don't know. Is it time to let go of red belt production? Yeah, I think so. We're going to get rid of red belt production and just stop all this. And the only reason why is because I think I have got just enough to get this line of iron ore where it needs to go at 100%. I think I got the speed. Yeah, this is all red here. There we go. We're picking this up. Hold on. There we go. 30 down to 20. We are so close. And actually, that means that one red is actually going to help us reach our goal. Nifty. Okay, so we went from one yellow belt into one red belt now, and I think that one red belt is actually going to be enough. I think that's going to hold on. Just in case it's not, let's go up and double check. If we need to add another row of miners, we can. The only issue at this point is the potential power concerns. But if we're able to supply enough power to get all this going, then we should, and we shall. Okay. It's going to be just one more line right here. Nothing fancy, though. Whoops. There we go. And then before I leave here, I do need to make sure that I don't forget to throw down a radar. And then replace that just in case I need one later. All right, off we go. Very dark. Very hard to see what's going on. Very easy to hit rocks. Makes you very happy. I've thrown down a couple of lights here and there. Okay. And then speaking of power, looks like, let's see, 2, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 10. And this one is, I'm going to figure out where to put that one later, but for now, it's really hard to see through all this steam, actually, what's going on. So I got 2 steam engines. I got 1 boiler here. I'm just gonna start another bit of boiler action over here. It's gonna pull off this line. Okay, it's ugly, but by golly, it'll work. Alrighty, no nuclear power needed. I don't even know why we really have lube. It looks like, is light oil still the problem? No, we're doing fine on light oil at the moment. Let's go down. Let's make sure I've got room to walk around this place. Yeah, look at that. That feels pretty good. Let's get 1 steel chest. And we got all this solid fuel. Let's just start adding here, because any solid fuel that we add to this is going to be useful, because it's going to be solid fuel that we don't use somewhere else later. Okay, good. Yeah, and that means that we're going to be able to just crack more light oil down. Okay. 6 more. I'm amazed I'm still doing this. 6 more labs. I mean, I'm almost assuredly quickly approaching the time where I just don't have enough production to keep up. Right? Like, I have to. But so far, I mean, we're keeping up. I mean, so far, we're keeping up. Okay, keep adding labs until you can't keep up anymore. That's just the way it goes. Okay. Alrighty. That's a lot of labs going. Rocket silos at 34%. Remember, rocket silo takes 1,000 bits to kind of move around. My goodness. That's a lot. And you know what I just realized? I need to work on this, like, now. I know why you have to have rocket pieces, or rather, I know why you have to have robot pieces. You need to have the materials necessary to get your electric engines. We're about to run into another bottleneck. It's going to be electric engines pretty quickly. Where do I make electric engines at? Hold on. Let me remember. I don't need the robot frames. I just need green circuits, engine units, and then lube. And that's actually made in assembler 2s. Okay. So I think I'm going to need like 200. I don't know. Something tells me I'm going to need like 200 of these. Problem is, I only got like 10. You know, and like 5 of my own. A couple of cherry bombs. A road flare. Well, too bad we don't have any nitroglycerin. Is it 2 or 1 engine units? Thankfully, I've got plenty of engine units here. And then I'm just going to need to bring some green circuits over here. They're all currently really being used, but maybe I just bring some from my home base. Maybe I don't need as many as I think. 200? It's So maybe I need like 400 green circuits. I could see that being the case. Exactly that. Is it possible? As I drive backwards, is it possible that this is all I need? Time will tell. But at least this is going to keep us way ahead of where we would be if we did not get started on this now. Yeah, I was just starting to think about all the things that are going to be necessary in order to actually purchase the rocket silo itself. I hear you. Where are you? Shoot. No, 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 no. Please don't do that. 1 and 1. Okay, let's just repair everything first so that way I can see what the damage really is. Do I actually need... Yeah, I definitely need one more of these. I was trying to decide if I needed one more of these. These? Oh, I guess I probably just had it... This pump? I'm betting I just had it right there. And so that was the way that I could just make sure that I was focusing first and foremost on lube if necessary. If necessary, build lube first. And if there's no lube necessary, just don't even worry about it. That was the plan. Be a good time to have a grenade or two. This would actually go much faster if I just chopped at this tree. Okay, what was I doing? Green circuits, that's right. 50, 43, 43. That one's fine. 1, 2, 1, and 2. Right. And then I'm just going to have a couple of green circuits on this bottom one. It's going to be a really messy handoff, but it will work. Okay. And I think again, I think we're shooting for 200 of these electric engine units. What else am I going to need? Let's go to the Factoriopedia. This didn't used to be a thing, but I'm so glad it is now. And I'm glad that the game continues to run while I'm looking stuff up. So rocket silo, it's going to take steel plates, processing units, electric engine units, and pipes, and concrete. Okay, so I got tons of concrete. I could have used the concrete a long time ago. I didn't. That's okay. Let's focus then at this point on continuing with blue science. Should we cut blue science production in favor of... Should we cut blue science in favor of... These 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, I've got it. I've already got it. How much is it necessary? 200. 1, 2. Okay. So I'm meeting my goals there. Meeting my goals there. I don't think I have any bottlenecks. I think it's just making sure I have enough labs going as fast as possible, which, to be fair, takes green circuits, but. Yeah, this Factoriopedia is actually awesome. Let's go collect the 1,000 steel that we're going to need. I've been putting some of it in boxes in some places. I remember I did that a while ago. Was it over here? Was it up here? There it is. Oh, it was that much? That's not enough. 1,000, huh? This is all empty? Okay, we did restore the materials necessary to saturate these belts. Let's start working on this again. This is going to be, what? 10 across. We need at least 1,000. Let's get started on that then. And then just plop stuff in here. There should be enough to pick up off belts as necessary. Steel, processing units, electric units, pipes, concrete. Let's go grab the pipes necessary. 100 of them, and then we're going to grab a couple more just in case. Steel is coming. Green, let's see. Steel is coming. We got this. We got this. Electric units are coming in concrete. Let's go grab the concrete. We made way more concrete than we needed. We made way more concrete than necessary. And look, I mean, we had to research bots, but we don't actually have to use it to launch a rocket. It's probably a good idea, but it's not necessary. Let's put back that much because we have 1,000 in our hand. I'll take one more 100 just in case. Okay, so we overbuilt on that. We overbuilt on a lot of things. But it feels like, I mean, we were always researching something, so I don't feel like I was just like dreadfully, woefully inaccurate with my time. I just wasn't optimized. I surely wasn't, yeah, I shouldn't say efficient. I definitely wasn't efficient. Okay, we're building that. Huh. Oh, but after, I mean, we're still going to want the blue circuits because just simply building the rocket silo is not enough to actually launch the rocket. So there's still going to be more to be done. But it's not going to be much. It's going to be an extra 100 blue circuits. Yeah, it's just going to be another 100 blue circuits. We should stop. We should absolutely stop production here to blue circuits. We've got everything we need. We got everything we need and then some. So let's stop it right now up here for both of these situations. Let's see. There. And then up here. And if I'm wrong and later I realize I've made a critical mistake, I'll look at this moment and I'll say, Phixfox, you outfoxed yourself. Which, by the way, that does happen surprisingly often. Maybe you'd be surprised at that. And maybe you wouldn't. Maybe you've kind of spent this time with me and started to understand some of the ways that my brain works. And so it's not really a surprise to you. You're like, oh, a little scatterbrained, maybe means well, but maybe struggles with some of the attention to detail. All of this we've done today is, in my opinion, just overarching. It's more about overarching success more than anything. Yeah, I don't know. Everything that I feel like we've been doing has been more about making things work in the grand scale and focusing less on the short term. That's just kind of the way I approach life. I focus on the big picture rather than the small picture. Let's see. A couple of these gonna help out. It's gonna be what, 10 more? And we're just trying to continue to go faster and faster and faster. 3, 2. Okay. Okay. Gotta tell you, the lights look really pretty from over here. Like in the dark, all of my successful lab operations here, it just looks pretty. And I don't know if they meant to do that or not. I do like the change to the labs, by the way. It shows the labs different than it did in base game, and of course that's because there's more science packs are going to have to fit into your labs. I really do like that, though, that they made a purposeful change there. And I think I'm there. 81%. I think I just have to ride this one out. I think that any more labs, I'm going to fall behind in some of my other sciences. So I don't think I need to worry too much. Let's just make sure that there's no issues here. That's fine. That's fine. Maybe a couple belts. We're down to 6 red belts. We've used things many and often and lots. Could you imagine how stressed I would be if we hadn't already gotten our 1,000 concrete and and they were destroying my boxes of concrete, I would immediately be like throwing up on my shoes. I'd be like, no, it's not fair. Because that's just kind of how we think in moments of crises. I say we, I shouldn't say all of us. Surely not you. Surely you're a level-headed individual. Shirley. Don't call me Shirley. I'm going to drop a little bit of this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't have a lot of excess resources, but I'll give much of my remaining ammo over. I do have two grenades in case we run into any more problems. What's here? Do we have 200? We are so close to 200. More engine units. Take them all. We are so close. Just take them all. Make sure there's no problems. Other potential issues. We're at 90%. 90%. Any other issues? How's a pollution cloud? There must be one right there. And maybe right there, but there's definitely one right there. One base that has sprung into existence when I didn't expect it. This has to survive. This cannot... I cannot lose this section because it's still going to be required to make rocket pieces with the fuel. I mean, maybe I'm overthinking it. I mean, maybe this is enough. This is actually probably enough fuel now that I think about it. Yeah, I think I'm just waiting for 6% more to be done. I think I'm good. So, okay, one more time. Factoriopedia. We're going to go for steel. We've got our processing. Let's get our electric units now. I need one more. 200. Bada bing, bada boom. 4% to go. Good timing. We got our blues. Oh, our low densities. Have we been... We haven't really been stockpiling low density, have we? Dang. I haven't been putting into a box or nothing. Let's start that process now. 1, 2, 3. And here. Yeah, because we're going to need lots of low density. Okay, and we're going to go get steel. Let me do this. This is going to be where I build my rocket silo. I'm going to put in all my necessary equipment. Pipes. Okay, go get steel and then find myself 100 more bits of concrete. Because apparently Phixfox can't count. Okay. 1,000 steel. Little extra for me. We're going to ride the red rail all the way down to where our concrete grows. Down by the bay. Okay. And then we're not going to need landing pads. We're not going to need starter packs, although we could, we could if we wanted to. I hope you don't actually need a space platform starter pack. Like, I really hope you don't. Okay. We're taking all the extras. We are handcrafting this rocket silo. It is faster to do this, by the way. It's faster to put it into an assembler too than it is to craft it by hand. And we got, let's see, plenty of processing units. We're going to need fuel. We're going to need rocket fuel. Got to put that back because you're going to want to make sure you have power. And time to drop things like stone. We just don't need stone. We just don't need wood, coal, things like that. Let's do one big pickup. If I need to use my car to drive over, I will. 597, that's going to be more than I need, for sure. And folks, I think that we're getting to the very end of this playthrough, knowing that we are just trying to launch a rocket. That's all we're trying to do. Just got to launch a rocket. Nothing else matters. Throwing it down here. Okay. And then let's just get a couple of blues to help us put stuff in, including rocket fuel, including here, including low densities, of which we now have a couple. Thank goodness. Okay. And folks, the rocket progress, what is happening is we're building rocket parts, and you need, I think it's 105 rocket, I think it's 100 rocket parts in order to launch yourself into space. It's going to create a rocket, and so we have officially made it. This was slower than I wanted, but ultimately this is done to exemplify how quickly you can get into space. And look at this base, right? Like, this is just a very bare bones red and blue or red and green starter there. It took, I guess, 2 ore patches because I did have to go into the iron ore over there. But otherwise, I basically was operating off my starter copper patch. I definitely overdid it when it came down to our production of, call it the concrete. But in general, like, and a very small, look, 1, 2, 3, 4 refineries, and then just nothing when it comes down to our rocket fuel. Yeah, this is not that tough to build up to just launching a rocket. In fact, I probably didn't even need this much of my low density. I probably could have cut this structure in half. This much would have been fine. I was amazed how little blue circuits I actually needed here, because I'm going to be way ahead of where I ought to be. I way overshot that one. Reds are probably going to be pretty important, but this is what? 2, 4, 6, 7? 7 here, couple here, couple here. Yeah. And really small green processing. Whenever I play for like late game Factorio, Mega Base type stuff, I do probably 2 or 3 of these big upgraded green circuit builds. Like we did the small one right there. I do the ones that are like out to here. I do 1, 2, maybe 3 of those in order to have a main bus that's truly fantastic. Here it's just not necessary. In order to get a rocket into space, you don't need as much as you might otherwise think. 96%, 98%, and here it comes. And who even cares if there's biters somewhere in my base? I'm just gonna hit save on this. Folks, that was 3 hours and 37 minutes. So I said 2.5 to 4 hours. You could definitely get that into, the 2.5 hour range. I think you absolutely could. I think that I made this much harder than it needed to be. Cargo is empty. If I had enough stuff, I could absolutely launch, I don't know, something into space. I guess, you know what? I guess to do this correctly, you probably actually need to send a space starter pack. Actually, that makes sense. In order for me to actually do this, to actually launch a rocket, I have to have something to launch into space. You know what that means? That means I've messed up. I need as many of these space platforms as possible. So let's steal all this. Let's cut our production to everywhere but what I need. And let's just go like this. Because I don't know, I feel like I only just realized that this probably doesn't actually feel like a full accomplishment until I actually launch the rocket into space. I'm ready to launch the rocket into space, but I haven't actually done it yet. And so if I haven't actually done it yet, what's the point? I ask you. I just messed that up. Like this, here, there. Is that correct? Somebody fact check me on that. Is that correct? Feels like that'll be correct. And steel, I still have some. I say some, but actually it's actually a lot. I guess I actually want to continue down this path. Steal all this steel. And then finish up the red. Eh, it'll get there anyway. 1, 2, 3. Let's see, what else do I need? Okay. And then steel remaining, I need like that. How much steel is it to make one piece of platform? 20? It's actually a hefty amount of steel, all things considered. But I'm already up to, what, 3? I'm up to 8. I need 60? 60. I need 60. Space platform starter pack. One final build. After you do something like this, I mean, this feels like a fair sense of accomplishment for me. And so I'm happy to like kind of see this through to the end, because it feels like this wasn't a nothing to me. This actually is a bit of a struggle. And I gotta tell you, taking breaks was absolutely necessary. I don't know if playing Factorio for 3 hours at a time is healthy. I'm pretty sure that if there's any doctors in the chat, y'all will let me know. But something tells me probably not ideal. Okay. There, and there. Okay. We do have everything we need. We are pretty close. I suppose I can upgrade this with whatever steel I can find. There? Sure. Over here? There's got to be a little bit of steel left, and there is. We'll jump this up to the blue assemblers, and that will make it go just a little bit faster. Just a tiny bit. So that seems to be something of a struggle for us here. Okay. Shoot, I actually think I'm running low on steel. 35 and I need 60? Yeah, I need more than what I got right now, huh? It's a shame that we got rid of this forever ago. Darn. Well, that's pretty sad. Well, all the same. Folks, I'll tell you, if you enjoyed this, please let me know. I really do love Factorio. It's one of my favorite games of all time. It's very well done. Woob Software is a giant insofar as I'm concerned. Everything that they touch has been fantastic. I know that they've mentioned that they are probably not going to be running with Factorio much longer. They're going to provide some support, but ultimately they want to do something new. And I completely support them in that endeavor. Whatever they decide to do, whatever kind of game they play, I know it's going to be awesome. I know it is. And so I'm very excited to see what they can come up with, whatever they feel like they want to do. They have my full support. All the same, I generally play different games than this. I generally don't play, well, I don't play a lot of anything other than Factorio. I'm grateful for the opportunity. I get to, play some extra games, and a part of me wants to branch out, and a part of me is worried for all the folks that just say to themselves, hey, wait a second, I watch you for this. I don't watch you for all this other stuff. What gives? And I don't really have a good response to the folks that wish I would just stay in one kind of lane here. but it's all I got to just stay in one kind of game. The thing is I like more than just one game. And so if you're here because of the Factorio, please know that it's the kind of game that I never really want to give up on. I always want to be playing tons and tons and tons of Factorio. If in the future you say to yourself, hey, what gives? Why is this guy not playing just Factorio? Just know that I'm trying to spread the love, as it were. Trying to do lots of things at once. And the pleasure is mine. It always is. So I do appreciate everybody that takes the time to comment and tell me about all the fun things that are new that they have found out that I haven't yet found out with Factorio. Space Age is deep. It is deep, man. And I'm here for it in the biggest way. It's absolutely wonderful to be spending my time with Factorio these days. But yeah, if you like this, please let me know. Because there's a part of me that worries about branching out, and then there's a part of me that just knows I can't stay confined to just one genre for the rest of my life. I really can't. So it's tough. It's tough. I worry about all the people that subscribe, and then they realize that I don't just focus on one type of game. Some people can be all around useful in multiple games. I don't know if I'm one of those people or not. I don't know if I should just stick to one game or not. But the reality is that my passions are more than just one type of game. There's lots of things I like to do. I like to explore. But I do like games with a story element. I do like games that have well-made, interesting mechanics. Factorio attracts me because I've never played a game like Factorio. I know that there's Satisfactory out there. I know that there's, like, you know, if you like the trains from Factorio, I know there's like train simulators out there, but I've never played a game like Factorio. Factorio is so quality. It's just quality. Everything is so well done, like the readability of the individual units and the fact that everything gets put together by you to make something that you like and you can be proud of is addicting in a really, really good way. Like, the gameplay loop doesn't ever feel like I've wasted my time. Even though I've got 1,600 hours in Factorio, I've never felt like I've wasted my time. And it's hard for me to say that about any other game that I've ever played in my life. So, if this was making sense to you, please let me know. We're gonna hit save one more time. I'm just gonna save. Right there. And folks, we're gonna hit build new space platform. We're gonna call this Phixfox Orbital command. We're gonna create this. And this is going to be a rocket launched in less than 4 hours. Even with trying to make sure that we had our final instance. Oh, our final instance of... Nice! Our final instance of space platformery by creating the space platform. Even though that took us a little bit of extra time, that's still going to put us under the total time necessary to win. This is 3 hours, 46 minutes. Holy crap. Wait a second. Here it is. Here's Phixfox Orbital Command. It's nothing. There's what, a couple of rogue pieces here to rebuild. But this is it. And it gave me the achievements. What were the achievements it just gave me? Hold on. I got Smoke Me a Kipper. That's awesome. I got There Is No Spoon. Launch a rocket within 8 hours. Launch a rocket to space within 15 hours. Yeah, so yeah, There Is No Spoon. Huh. So no time for chit-chat. There is no spoon. What else did we get here? Delivery service. I saw one. Get killed by moving train. I guess I don't have that one. Do I have that one? I just don't know it. All the ones in green I do have. I didn't build a locomotive though, so I didn't have this. That must have been from the previous vanilla. No, this game is modded. Achievements are separate in vanilla. I don't know, but I did do the steam power one. There it is. Smoke me a kipper. I'll be back for breakfast. Launch a rocket to space. I did get that. create a space platform, steam power, start producing electric power by using the steam engine. I did that. But I also got the one where it's like I only used steam to launch a rocket into space. Where's that one? I really like these Steam achievements. They're really fun. I missed out on getting on track like a pro. I missed keeping your hands clean. I missed Lazy Bastard. I like Lazy Bastard. That was probably the most interesting run that I did when I was first learning to play Factorio, because it taught me how to automate everything. Up until that point, I was manually handcrafting so many items, and I did that in the speed run because I was trying to go fast. But in Lazy Bastard, actually taught me to automate stuff instead of just try to wait for stuff to stick around. But no, there was one of these I totally saw that I thought was interesting. I don't even know what it was. I don't even know what it was. But I thought it said something like, oh, you did Steam only and you beat the game. Interesting. So there's much more for me to do. But folks, that is Factorio Space Age, getting to space in under 8 hours. Now to actually build up a new space platform and get white science down here, I'm not even going to tell you how long I think that's going to take, but it's definitely going to take more than 5 hours total. Definitely. So, folks, with that being said, I'm going to call this a day. I'm tired. Man, I should not go to work and then try and play Factorio after. My brain is just not doing great. But if you've ever seen me out and about doing fun stuff here on my channel, then you know what's coming next. Folks, thank you for the time. Thank you for the energy. Look after you, look after your friends, look after your family. My name is Phixfox. It's been so fun. I'm looking forward to doing more Factorio in the future. Take care. I'll see you around. Thanks.